is that there were certain situations where you were required to. Oh, what happened? What the hell happened there? Did you see that? Huh. Well, okay. Guess I won't deal, bonus damage to them. I remember this kind of confusing me a bit when I first started. I think what's...
Mind the road now.
Mind the road now.
On the loose around here.
We're out here awfully late.
True, but I'd say the meeting was worth it.
I think one of the things, I'm playing this on the subs, by the way, and the thing about the subtitled version of this game is that regardless of whether you play with subtitles or dubs, you are going to get the exact same experience when it comes down to certain characters speaking English at specific points. We'll see it as we go. But goodbye to this guy first. Damn. I wouldn't have gone out like that, that's what I'm saying. Yakuza is very good at the very beginning of their games, starting off with these crazy cutscenes that don't really make a ton of sense by the beginning, but as you go, they start to make a little bit more.
Time for your reward.
But yeah, I mean, this is kind of crazy to like see just from the start because you're expecting something completely different, but it's not. It's not going to be like that. Anyway, on to our actual story. Oh, ant warning. Hanging out. So, like I said, we are going to be playing this on. We are playing this on New Game Plus. We are playing this on Legend difficulty. The biggest things about this is that I get to carry over my abilities from that I've accumulated through the game, which you will see as we jump into combat. It won't take us too long to get into combat here, but we have a few things that we want to learn about and see before we get there. More specifically, Hello Work in 2022.
少々お待ちください。履歴書を確認しておりますので。お待たせしました。履歴書を拝見しました。佐々木さん。私。
Hey, it's Kasuga with a better hairstyle than he had when we last saw him. I'll explain a little bit more about some stuff with this game as I go. Usually when we're not going to have cutscenes where other characters are talking, I don't want to talk over them too much. But yeah, so I mean, I have a lot of experience with the Yakuza franchise, which I'll talk about once we get a little bit more into this here. But first, we can see our friend here is appraising this resume here. He's like, yeah, dude, I know your game. I think I'll just do it now. So, Yakuza 8 is kind of a crazy pick for me to start with here, I think. You know, I actually did play Yakuza 7 last year, but I only did the last dungeon. And I haven't really streamed any of these other games previously. The reason that I'm doing this is just because I really like this game. It was one of my favorites from 2024. And I figured that given the fact that it is Ichiban here's birthday, it'd be a pretty good way to kick off the year, you know? Even though he's kind of being a bit of a dick here, if I'm being honest. He's kind of being a bit of a dick. That's a real person on that poster right back there. Ichi, you're like the only person who knows that, though, is the thing. Oh, well. Obviously, he's gonna lie about that. He's at work, dude. He's in work mode. He'll help. Just chill out a bit. But he is being a bit of a dick here. I mean, it's like, you know, I get that it's kind of for dramatic effect. And a little bit of this is because, hey, this game might be someone's first Yakuza game. Every Yakuza game could be someone's first Yakuza game. Especially now that they've moved into a new protagonist and they've moved into kind of a new overall vibe in comparison to kind of the Kiryu stuff. But yeah, I mean, the end of the previous game very much kind of makes this setup for Ichi in this situation make a little bit more sense. Like if you saw the entirety of, like, I actually it took me a while to finish Yakuza 7. I played it on stream very briefly. Played the final Millennium Tower, which is a kind of free DLC that they put in. Hey, he gets props at work. But it was one of those things where I was like, oh, you know, like I get to go out. You know, after I finished that and after I completed all the trophies and, you know, took about a month buffer, I straight up was like, okay, I think I'm ready to play this game. And honestly, you know, seeing this right after, I was like, this makes all the sense in the world why he's here. This makes all the sense in the world what he's doing. As we'll see once we get into the game itself. Sorry that I'm doing a lot of lead time for this. Probably going to make the VOD pretty hell, if I'm being honest. But we'll get there as we get there, you know. For those of you who may have seen this game previously or may be familiar with this game, I think that one of the things that I want to do with this playthrough is I kind of want to walk through kind of the way that I built these characters and the way that I do this stuff in this game. The hero of Yokohama. But I'm going to make sure that as I make my way through the game, there's plenty to be able to kind of see, plenty to be able to do. And overall, there's just a lot of things that I really want to show off with how well this game works, as well as how you can kind of approach a New Game Plus run. So just prepare yourself for that, basically, is kind of the idea. But yeah, so Ichi here, I mean, he's at work. He had the opportunity to, you know, assist somebody who was in the Yakuza. You know, his work is at Hello Work, which is in the last game, which is a job finding place. You go there to get a job, essentially. And then you can basically kind of, you know, like they'll match you up with some stuff. So at the end of the previous game, for those who may not be familiar, the Yakuza is in very different shape than it used to be. I won't spoil too much in case people do want to play Yakuza 7 or Yakuza Like a Dragon in their own right. Oh, and, you know, they're going to tell me a few things in relation to and spoil the way certain characters look. in relation to kind of some of the stuff that I've been unlocking throughout. But I think an important thing to kind of keep in mind is that as I'm playing through this game, hold on a sec. Gotta buy something for Mom before I go home. Now that I finally have a job, I want to do all I can to make her life easier. So as you can see over everyone's heads, there's a little indicator. You can't really do much in this early part. You kind of just need to walk. So I guess this will be the point where I talk the most, I guess, before we move into our next little section here. Out of the prologue, or I guess into chapter 1, but out of the prologue, of the game. So I played Yakuza 7. After I finished it, Yakuza 8 had already come out, so I wanted to try and make sure I didn't burn myself out on the RPG. First of all, the RPG experience. I hadn't really played that many RPGs up until this point. Oh, my bad. I see a collectible over there, and I want to grab it. But I hadn't really played too many RPGs up until this point. And the original time that I played Yakuza 7, I played it for a little bit, and then I ended up stopping because I was in the process of, kind of a lot, and I wasn't really in a space to be able to play it. So I was kind of thinking to myself, let me go ahead and give myself some time, give myself some space to be able to kind of internalize the game I just played before I start playing the next one. But then I started getting a bunch of YouTube recommends and started getting a bunch of details on it. And I thought to myself, oh, damn, I am going to have to play this game eventually, right? I'm going to have to jump into it eventually. So I didn't limit myself too much. In relation to kind of jumping into it. But yeah, I finished the original Yakuza. I finished Yakuza 7 in a month and a half. It was largely because I knew how to get around in a lot of the earlier parts, and I also did skip some of the cutscenes I remembered. This game took me a bit longer. Nah, that's fine, dude. I'm good. But it was one of those things where it was I still felt very comfortable within it, even if the systems change a lot and even if the game is a little bit trickier to navigate. So I think this game took me, to finish this story, I think it took me maybe 2.5 months, maybe 3 months of kind of playing through it to be able to get where I wanted to go. So we'll see how long it ends up taking me here. But I've talked enough to kind of build to our thing here. Let's actually pick up the pace a bit to have our little encounter here. Because our friend isn't done with us yet. How much money is that? That's what, 5,000 yen? Or 50,000 yen. Sorry, 50,000 yen. I read the numbers wrong. This is a popular search on Google, so, 50 grand. That's $318. All right, man. I don't know. You gotta offer me a little bit more than that if you're gonna be handing me money on the street, dude. Handing me money. Ichi won't take money. Because he's a cool guy. But yeah, so the 5-year Yakuza clause, this is something that is, I started talking about a little bit before we got to the end of the last cutscene. But in essence, the Yakuza's framework is completely changed as of the end of the previous game. The Tojo clan and the Omi Alliance are no longer around, and that means that every Yakuza is kind of left on their own in a world where, there's heavy laws against organized crime. And they do a really good job of explaining that here, actually. if you're someone who's played the Yakuza games and you're kind of coming back to this one for Kiryu specifically, or, you know, you're just picking this up because you heard it's a good RPG, you know, they do a good amount of explanation to kind of say, hey, you know, some of the things that you'd expect are not going to be around anymore. Including some details about some other characters and things that we need to do here. But anyway, time for our first fight. So, for those of you who may have played the previous game, but haven't played this one, there are some unique differences to how this one operates. First and foremost, you can move around without having to worry about it. In the previous game, you kind of just moved automatically on your own. In this one, you have a large cone that you can move within, which relates around kind of just your specific positioning when you start. The cone gets larger as you level up, so this is probably the largest it can possibly be. But let's just do, you know, a standard attack on this guy. Deal some damage to him. After you attack someone, you can then attack them again. After you, I'll talk about blocking as we go. Hey, Otaku! It does get bigger, you're right. So, this is the big thing that I like about playing on New Game Plus here, is when you start, you only have this Tenacious Fist, which it does do a chance to stun, but let's be honest, it's not really all that great, honestly. So these are all the abilities that you get when you play with this class, which is the Hello Worker. The name of it changes as you go through the game, but all of these are kind of your abilities as you go. So I'm just going to exploit these, and I'll talk a little bit about them as I go through. But the main thing is that I do want to kind of streamline through these early parts of the game pretty quickly. Don't really want to waste too much time on the first couple of fights when we don't have any additional abilities. But hope all is well, Otaku. Oh, nice thing about this is that you also level up pretty quickly because the XP is scaled up, too. So, we'll be able to see that as we go. Finish him! Nah, it's fine. There we go. Oh, cool. Sounds good. Buddy, the least you could have done was take your jacket off before you jumped into the river. Like... That's a really high definition image there. Dude. Literally, you could have kept your jacket on, is all I'm saying. You could have, you could have taken your jacket off before you jumped in there. It is a rubber. We're in a red light district, after all, as every Yakuza game takes place. Yeah, we'll talk about that later, trust me, Otaku. We'll have a lot to say about that later. But yeah, I really like this as a thing, like Ichi kind of paying it forward from what he's done previously. A little COVID reference here, which is interesting. But the thing that's really nice about this is it's like, if you did play the previous game, you know that he was at rock bottom before. you know that him trying to find jobs was kind of a big part of like the first couple of chapters of that game. And him being able to kind of pay it forward in that way is really, really nice. They kind of said straight up, like, hey, we have, you know, that was kind of the plan, basically, for the Yakuza by the end of Yakuza 7. And then things happened in Yakuza 7 that kind of messed that up. But, he straight up is saying, like, you need to talk to me nice, kind of, dude. Be nice. Well, you know, be nice because, hey, like, you're gonna need to be able to temper your attitude when you get a job, but also be nice because I'm trying to help you, kind of thing. Be nice to Ichi balls.
さっきあんた俺の金をあんなに必死になって集めてくれた
Yeah, see, he's chill, he's cool, he's hanging out.
でも違った俺なんつうかあれを見て初めて自分が
That hair definition is nuts, by the way. The power of the PS5. Is that you, Otaku? Is that what you look like? Do you have a mustache? Do you have a perm?
でも土下座はよしてくれ。やり直すのはあくまで佐々木さん。あんたなんだからよ。
This also kind of mirrors how the first game, I'm gonna say the first game and Yakuza 7 interchangeably, honestly. Because, like, yeah, the original game kind of started with this expectation that, you know, Ichi was going to be this hard-ass, you know, tough Yakuza, you know, similarly to how Kiryu was, and his kind side was going to be the thing that you discovered as you went. And it's like, hey, he is actually chill. Oh. Anyway, time for that great opening. I love this opening, by the way. Uber Eats! And Yoshinoya. I actually have a Yoshinoya in my town. It's kind of funny. Yeah. The day of an average worker. Hopefully he cleaned himself up a little bit. You know what this kind of reminds me of, actually? This kind of reminds me of the opening of kind of slow reference for some people here, but Kamen Rider W. It has kind of a similar, like, you know, the color and kind of similar, like, presentation a little bit. No, let's stay away from him. He's stinky. He's so stinky. God, what a cool guy. I don't think that they show the, they actually have two versions of the credits, where they'll credit the dub people when you're playing the dub, and they'll credit the subtitle people when they credit the subs. I think I like that. Like, you get to see it, but, like, it's not like a, you know, a necessity, basically. What kind of phone is that? TechNet. Okay. I'm going to assume that's one of those products that we will never have in America. You know, they lost the license. I wish I could wake up like that. Every time I wake up these days, I crawl out of bed. I'm like, oh, okay, let's go. Doing the best I can. Somebody told me, actually my good friend Emily told me, that all of the titles in this game are based off of actual songs. And they're based off of songs based on the region. So if you read it in Japanese, then it's, a different title for that than Doing the Best I Can. But, obviously we're seeing the subtitled version here, the English kind of presentation here. So it is all English songs. Whereas if you play it in Japanese, all the Japanese script switches over to Japanese songs, popular Japanese songs. So definitely look it up, if you want to get a sense of what both of them are. But I guess I'll do a little bit of reading as I go. If it's important, I'm not going to read through all of the lines, but if there are kind of important lines, then I'll read through them as I go. Nice, looking sharp. Here's hoping Sasaki actually shows up today. Guess there's only one way to find out. Time to head to work. Yeah, that's a thing, actually. Oh, but I gotta pay my respects first. I'm taking off now, boss. Young master. Can't believe it's already been 3 years since they both passed. Tojo and Omi breaking up at the same time. They call it the Great Disillusion nowadays. Crazy they went out during the peak of that. Lately I've been so busy with what's been in front of me. Might be good to reflect on how I got here. And honestly, we can do that. It's a very short kind of conversation. It doesn't really tell you everything you need to know, and it doesn't really show you the reminiscence from previous games where it just shows you cutscenes. But in essence, the boss is Ichi's real father, and the young master is a man who was the son of another individual in the game who we'll meet a little bit later on. So, actually, I gotta head out soon. Okay, another day in the life coming up. So, Otaku, what I said was that every title in this game, all the main chapter titles, are named after are named after popular songs in the region that they're based in. So if you play this game you're playing this, Doing the Best I Can is, a song in English. But if you play this in Japanese and you read the actual Japanese script, it translates to popular songs in Japan. There is a good Reddit. I need to find, actually, I might post this somewhere else or kind of share it with you directly as we go. But yeah, all of them are based off of things. And it's the Japanese ones are popular Japanese songs. So before we go anywhere, I think it's important that I point this out. Hang on. There they are. They're right there, just like we remember them. Kei-san. It's Kei-san and all these other ladies. A little bit of an explanation for this. In the previous game that released, which was Like a Dragon Gaiden, they had all of these ladies in this game as live-action hostesses that you could interact with. So you'd go into a hostess club, and you'd be like, oh, I want to meet a girl, basically. And you'd watch a live-action FMV of one of those women hanging out with you to the point where you kind of got to the ability to do some other stuff. I know that Kei-san's in Pirates. She's in the exact same place she was before, but I don't know anything about the rest of them. I'll be honest, I don't know too much about those women. Whenever they do this thing, because this is a thing with Yakuza, where every year, whenever they kind of have a new title, they will go in and they'll be like, okay, we're going to hold a contest for women to actually come in and basically be scanned into the game. Which, I mean, unlike in the previous game and I guess this one, where they had live action stuff. It was like, yeah, we're going to scan them in. They're going to be their own game characters, and they're kind of going to exist as hostesses that you can interact with. Hostesses, sorry, I'm doing a ton of explanations here, but for those of you who are not familiar with a hostess, I'll walk you through kind of the details on this. Oh, ow! Someone said ow real quick. Heck was that? Someone get hurt? I should see what the voice came from. But at first, I'll pick some stuff up real quick. So, you're in Japan. You're in downtown. You want to have a nice dinner and some drinks, but you don't really want to go someplace. No, more specifically, you want to have some nice drinks, but you don't want to, like, pick up a random lady off the street. Boom. You can go to a hostess club, or if you're a woman, you can go to a host club, have a nice drink with some people. You buy, as long as you're buying drinks, they will continue to chat with you. They'll continue to hang out with you. They will do what they're doing. And from there, you can kind of just be where you are. You can just link it to me on Discord if you'd like. I'll accept your friend request if we're not friended already. But yeah, so in every Yakuza game, up until this point, they would actually bring in women and scan them in. And most of the time when they do these hostesses, it's generally like adult film actresses or, you know, famous people, you know, a collection of individuals that they can really mix together, basically. Oh, hello. This is the lady that took us in when we first came to Yokohama. Gravure is what I was kind of implying. Gravure being like the modeling thing, but they do have multiple adult film actresses that have been hostesses before. My favorite one that they've done was they actually had Saki Akai, who's a professional wrestler who used to wrestle for Tokyo Joshi Pro Wrestling in Yakuza 6, I think. And she actually was a wrestler. Like, she talked about how she needed to find some stuff and do some stuff, you know, wrestling-wise. I think you helped her figure out how to wrestle more hardcore, I think, which is kind of funny. But yeah, here. So we have a choice that we want to make. We want to tell her to ease up on the drinks, or we want to tell her to we want to lend her a shoulder. So I'm going to go ahead and lend her a shoulder, just because, you know, I'm nice. Oh, okay. I love that waving thing. It's very funny. That's been in every game, honestly. There's a lot of these animations are super funny. So, as you might have seen there, I love this fucking picture so much, by the way. But as you do specific stuff throughout the game, you will get the opportunity to max out your personality traits. These personality traits are for more than just kind of special fun bonuses and stuff like that. They also give you specific abilities that are useful for the main class that we'll be using in this game. So we'll talk about that as we actually unlock that. Yeah, I mean, I've been, like, last year was pretty stacked for RPGs, honestly, Otaku. Like, I think that was a pretty crazy moment where those three games, this game, Persona 3 Reload, and then Rebirth all came out, like, within the span of, like, a month and a half or 2 months. Like, it was a little ridiculous, honestly. And yeah, Metaphor came out last year. Didn't did they re-release the last SMT game as well? Last year was really stacked for RPGs. Sea of Stars came out then too. Like, if you're someone who plays RPGs and you haven't played any of these RPGs, you're kind of missing out a little bit, if I'm being honest. Grambo said, wow, can't believe Sega would release their biggest games back-to-back. They're so dumb. Both sell 1 million after 3 days after each release. I mean, honestly, Persona and Yakuza have different crowds anyway. Like, and it's one of those things where it's like both of those games came out during a time where there weren't too many other games. Like, the biggest game that people were hyping up at certain points was like, no, Hogwarts Legacy came out last year, right? Yeah, Hogwarts Legacy came out last year, but there wasn't too many games that released that were like super notable early in 2024. Like, these games were pretty much kind of the first big bombs that were like, hey, the opening salvos to 2024 is going to be a good year for games, and yet they have different audiences. So I think that it's one of those things where there's going to be a certain amount of people who are going to buy Yakuza. There's going to be a certain amount of people who are going to buy Persona. And then the amount of people who buy both, they are the freaks. You're right. But it's like in between, you know, like there's not too many people. I was just saying that. Like, I mean, honestly, like, I think it's just one of those things where that game came out and it keeps appearing on people's like Steam most played lists. So I'd keep assuming that it came out more recently than it did. You know what I mean? I mean, you know, not to badmouth anyone's hard work, but I also don't really understand why that game did as well as it did, or was as successful as it was, you know? Every review I read of Hogwarts Legacy was like, Hogwarts Legacy sucks. It's a bad game. It kind of sucks, but it's a new look into the world of Hogwarts, a new look into the bigoted mind of J.K. Rowling, so we got to give it a 10 out of 10. That is a real guy. I know I said that before, but I kind of love that that's a real guy on that wall. Anyway, I ignored all of what they said because it's mostly flavor text, but they're just saying, hey, when you came here, you were a hard worker, you were super cool, we all love you, everything's gonna go great. The GF from the first game, do you mean the lady who was at Hello Work? I think the big thing, and we talked about this a bit with the hostess stuff, is that in these games, Yakuza 7 and Yakuza 8 didn't have hostesses as like promoted individuals. You can go to a hostess club, but like they're kind of, you know, they're kind of less important than they've ever been. They're just places that you just go. And it's like, well, you know, so instead, all of the real women that they brought into the game played different roles. All of them were connected to either your side missions or your main crafting or your main, like, job swap specific stuff. It'll be the same thing in here, but it'll be very different. I'll just say that. Yeah, he glowed up immediately. You can see how sweaty he is here. That's kind of a crazy detail. His lips look sweaty and everything, too. But yeah, no, like, I honestly really liked all the girls that they had in Yakuza 7 a lot. I'll talk about this as I go through Yakuza 8, but I don't really like a lot of the characters that they give you for most of the side missions in this one. There's like 2 that I like, but I'll point them out. It's time to shoplift, Shinya. Are you ready to shoplift? Blood could not be more obvious. I love that he's doing the same kind of like looking around joint and everything too. Like, I understand why he's doing it. We'll find out. We'll see it actually here a little bit later, but you know. The Château Blanche. That was the place that I got a special umbrella from in the last game. I remember. Very chill. Very casual like. That's kind of harder to hide, honestly. Because it's like the bag is right there, you know? Or it's not a bag, it's like a wallet, right? That's like a wallet, I think. Yeah, she notices it immediately. I need Ichi on my crew for Pirate Yakuza. Like, you know, like, that's the thing. Like, I bought the deluxe for this one, too, because I needed, like, the extra stuff there. Oh, hey! Solid Snake! I like this fit for him a lot, honestly. And again, I also really like that for anyone who doesn't know about this game or know about the previous game, they're probably like, who the hell is this guy? But for anyone who is kind of aware, they can kind of put the pieces together a little bit, you know? A fake arm. Is that a real thing? Any shoplifters in chat? Any shoplifters in chat want to tell me if the fake arm trick is a real thing? Yeah, this guy is in a lot of things, honestly. Akio Otsuka. He was in a few different... he's been in a lot of anime. He's been in a lot of live-action stuff where his voice has been required. He's been up to a lot. Damn. He did, I mean, he was a robot, actually. He was the bowl robot in Uchi Sentai Q Ranger. So now we kind of get a little bit of stuff that's going on here. Yeah, well, here's a funnier fact. Akiyama is not only Donald Duck, he was the narrator in 01. I didn't know he was the narrator in 01, actually. I'll have to listen to that again. The Donald Duck one is one that I'm very familiar with, though, because of the kind of the gap, as it were, you know? People kind of being like, wow, I can't believe it.
レジ上にあったカメラ、あれだけ実は
Anyway, just so that I'm keeping people who are watching this casually in the know, this guy is this guy is shoplifting, but he's shoplifting for a purpose. He's doing it so that stores can improve their security. Because who else would know better how to steal than someone who's stolen before, basically? Who knows how to, you know, protect people from stealing than someone who's stolen before, I guess.
一回店に入っただけでそこまで観察して実行に移したのか。大したもんだ。
感心するのは俺の方ですよ。まさかこんな職業があったなんて。
日本で一日に万引きされる総額は12億円とも言われている。
I love the bit in Yakuza whenever they're straight up like, "Hey, we did our homework on something that that like a small amount of people know." Basically, they give you a little bit of trivia, like, "Hey, did you know that 1.2 billion yen of merchandise is stolen in Japan every year?"
盗む方からすれば余計にやりやすくなる場合もあるんです。
そう、そこで防犯セキュリティの欠陥を
Nice.
我が社の出番だ。
I will say, I think one of my favorite things in any kind of media is when you do a time skip, and every character is like set up in a way that is like they're clearly like doing better, basically. Like you go and you see them going from being like down on their luck and like in a really bad situation to, oh, this guy's a CEO now, as opposed to like a bad traffic cop, basically.
店舗と契約して防犯カメラの位置を指導したり、優秀な警備会社を紹介したりな。
なるほど。
このビジネスが軌道に乗れば、別に警備会社も立ち上げようと考えててな。調査、コンサル、警備までを一手に引き受けるグループ企業。
But you know, as you can see, he's just a CEO in name only. He's the employee. He's the employer. Is kind of the thing, basically.
どうだったよ、足立さん。うちの佐々木は。さすがのプロ目線だ。即戦力になるだろう。それじゃあ採用ってことでいいか？ああ、もちろんだ。
ありがとうございます。厄介者ですが、何卒よろしくお願いします。
おいおい、仇の世界でそんなことすんじゃねえよ。
It's very cute, honestly, being like, hey, we can bring criminals back into, you know, the normal world, you know? Fix them up good.
施設警備業務検定。
今お前ができることは万引き調査だけだろう。それだけじゃ心も。
And on top of that, he's telling them to read. He's telling them to learn. Would you believe that Ichi never went to school? Yeah, they're calling the hostesses in Pirate Minato girls, and they're doing live action and 3D modeling. I didn't realize they were going to be in the game, actually. I always just assumed that with the guidance stuff that they're going to do the live action thing now. Because I know the Minato girls thing, when they showed that, they were like, yeah, it's live action. I also don't know what Minato girls means, honestly. One of them, they're legit just saying, yeah, she's an AV, so what? We love women. It means they love Persona 3. Okay. Ichi. So yeah, they are kind of, you know, circling back on that thing I skipped before. He's doing the best he can! That's the name of the chapter!
じゃあ俺もう行くからしっかりアデスさんの言うこと聞くんだぞ。なんだよ今来たばっかじゃねえか。まだ仕事残してきちまっててさ。それじゃ仕事頑張ってな。
He's got stuff he's got to do.
はい。こんな時間からまた仕事ってハロワって意外に忙しいんすね。
ハロワならとっくに就業時間だよ。それとはまた別の仕事だ。
え？
イ陣長にはお前と同じように春日に助けられた元極道がたくさん働いてる。
Damn.
春日は仕事は
He really is a saint. For real. But yeah, I remember they showed some images of the Minato girls, and they were like, hey, these are characters that exist. And I looked at it and I kind of internalized it and I didn't look back. So I don't even know if they would have, they're featuring another character. Oh, okay. Otaku's got us covered here. So the Minato-ku Joshi girl phenomenon refers to the growing trend of young, affluent women in Tokyo's most exclusive ward who prioritize personal ambition, luxury brands, and individualism. Some experts view this trend as a positive development for women as it represents a shift in gender roles and expectations. So from what I can gather, it's kind of like the quote-unquote liberated women kind of movement, essentially. If you've read any Marvel comics in the 1970s, but weird reference there. But basically it's just saying, hey, these are women who have their own money, who don't need anybody else, and are kind of like chill. So maybe that guy is just like, hey, dude, I want a hot girl who makes her own money. Oh, it's Namba. Remember, we're meeting at Survive tonight. Don't be late. Shoot. I was so busy with Sasaki, I almost forgot. Thanks, Namba. Better hustle over to Survive. So it's almost time for us to meet the gang. But before we do that... Oh, what's going on over here? You guys bullying somebody? Oh, please stop, huh? What'd you say? You better speak up if you want to be heard, eh? Mischievous thug's friend. Huh? What are you looking at? See? Nobody gives a crap about you. That kind of looks like, from the back, like with his hair tied up, it kind of looks a bit like the dude from Lost Judgment. With the glasses. Hey, it's Ichi. Huh? The hell are you? Get away from him. And why the fuck should we listen to you? Because if you don't, I'm gonna send your asses to the moon. Whoa, so scary. Sounds like someone needs their face punched in. With pleasure. That's another animation that's been in these games. Sugami, yeah. Sumigi. So now, an additional aspect of the ring that we have here that we talked about before is not just being able to move your positioning around to get closer or further away to enemies. It is also to move yourself to anything that is within the ring, which now that I have the largest ring, I can then pick up whatever I want and whack people with it. Hitting people with things generally does more damage than a normal physical attack will, especially for certain characters. And a lot of times it will also use specific traits attached to it too. So if you hit someone with a cold beer, it'll freeze them. If you hit someone with like a burning hot stove, it'll set them on fire, etc., etc., etc. In addition to this, your positioning near specific characters also affects the damage you do to them. So if I'm right on top of this guy, I deal additional critical damage and I knock him into another enemy there. So anyway, with that in mind, hang on a sec. Ruffian's kit. I'm going to make use of all of this character's special abilities. The thing with the Hello Worker class, which is also known as the Homeless class, not the Homeless class, what's it called? Damn it. It was called something else in the other game. But this is specifically specialized around dealing damage to your opponents. There aren't any long-range attacks that are connected to it. So it's all just hitting people in the face or hitting them hard in other ways. Stuns, critical hits, and instant KOs are all connected to this. In addition to this, his Kiwami ability, which is always marked in rainbow whenever you have it, is just to do a heat move. Raw heat move. So this is something where if you're someone who's playing New Game Plus, you want to make sure that you at least level up this before you get going. This is a very easy job to just ditch instantly once you get the opportunity to switch jobs. But you want to try and get this to at least level 30 before you reach a point. Because once you start getting into fights, it'll level up much quicker. But you want to try and make sure that you have the options in place to be able to do extra stuff. Because that is one of those classes that just is not all that important once you get the ability to do AoEs and elemental damage and all this other stuff. But, you know, it can be useful to stun people. It can be useful to, hit them with a heat move. And in the first chapter, you pretty much stick with this stuff until the end. Just let them go. Better to keep the cops out of it. We hate those. That's right, Suffering Man. I hear you. Listen, man. Sometimes they're the ones ruining the cold beer, not me. Anyway, I don't think it's a beer. I think it's like something else, but yeah. I'm just using examples here. Anyway, thanks. It's been a while since someone's shown me any kindness. Hey, no sweat. They just pissed me off is all. Haven't seen you around before. You just get in? Yeah, the other day. Alright. You know where Surakome Bridge is? You should try over there. Way better than being alone. I never would have known. I'll make my way over. Thanks so much, pal. I will struggle with some of these names as I go. I'm sorry. Oh crap, I'm late. Better hurry over to survive. So I took a bit of a beating through that. So I think I'm going to grab a little bit of food before I get over there. The thing that's important to note about this game... Oops. Is that as you make your way through, in the top right corner, once you start really playing the game, they'll generally show the threat level of the location that you're in. So you want to try and stay away from certain spots if you're not feeling like you're going to want to take too much damage. So ordering food at restaurants will recover health and mental points, not magic points. As well as deepen your bonds with your active parties. Combo meals, which can give you temporary abilities, and also table talk, which we'll talk about table talk later. But as you can see in the bottom right corner, I've pretty much gone through most of these places and accessed the combo meals and the table talk. So it will only be active when you have the characters in your party to be able to do so. But the good news is I can recover some health and also recover some stuff because I have a lot of money. And this is why I wanted to keep a good amount of change on me. Don't ask me what willpower does. I don't know. I don't even know what willpower is. Do you? So anyway, we can run over there. We can taxi over there. But I think running over there gives me a bit more time to talk without there being something else going on over it. We might be able to get in another fight or two. I'm not really going to focus on it. Because, as you may have guessed with this being New Game Plus and Legend difficulty, all of the enemies are they kind of start at the more dangerous levels. And especially if they group together, they can really punish you quite a bit. Because one of the limitations of the Hello Worker, / whatever else this class is called, is that it really can only deal damage to one character at a time. So, you're not going to really be able to do something to multiple characters during a turn, which is helpful to be able to kind of at least reduce their health and then focus on whoever's left and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That one mission was kind of our main little thing where we got to see a lot of characters thrown together and a lot of items thrown together as well. Oh, we got hosts to fight now. Let me hit him with a release German. The German can decimate opponents, which decimating them just reduces all of their health at once, which can be very fun. But in addition to this, I think I should be close enough to do this. No, I'm not. I did kill him, though, but I was thinking I was going to be able to throw him off a bridge. Maybe next time. As you can see, I'm getting levels pretty quick here, so you might not necessarily need to be at level 30 in order to start this with your class, but I think it's important to try and do that, just so that you're not spending too much time wasting on trying to bring all of the attacks and abilities you need to. Because once you hit level 30 with any job, that's the end of you getting any tangible things off of it. You can still get stuff like your stat boosts. Like, just to kind of show you here. As a matter of fact, yeah. The Hello Worker. Like you can see here, once you reach past level 30, then you start getting permanent boosts per job. But again, that's stuff that boosts the job specifically and not your character in full. So we're not going to be sticking with this. I'm just going to point this out for anyone who did play Yakuza 7. They used to have a farming system in this game where you'd plant things around outside here. And it would take real in-game time for everything to grow. And you would then craft that to be able to bring some extra stuff. So you'd be able to make food and bonuses for, kind of bonus collectibles for your characters to find. Things like flower bouquets and things that you could give as gifts, but then also food. Thankfully, they've gotten rid of that system and made it a hell of a lot simpler. So we'll talk about that as we go, but it feels weird looking here and not seeing plants that are actively growing. It also feels weird being able to see characters actually through the windows interacting in this. I don't believe Yakuza 7 actually had that. But ignore that for now. It's time to meet the rest of the cast. Our friends. My homie.
ナンバー、仕事場から直接来たのか。
ああ、一日中立ちっぱなしだよ。その分ビールがうめえ。
You Namba.
マサ、ビールおかわり。全員分ね。
サラリーマンが板についてきたね。
サッチョンの方はどうなんだ？店の方は。
And Sachika. Mukoda, sorry. Club Silky Queen.
でも、野々宮の忘れがたみみたいなもんだからね。あの店は。
So she owns a, not a girls bar, sorry. what is it? A cabaret club, which is kind of adjacent to some of the stuff that we were talking about before. I actually don't know what the difference between a cabaret club and a hostess bar is. But I also don't know what the difference between a hostess club, a cabaret bar, and a girls bar is either. Did you ever play Lost Judgment, Otaku? Girls bar? That beer looks incredible. Good lord. This is like the bread from the fucking prologue of Yakuza 7 when they ate that bread. But yeah, girls bars. I'm sure we'll meet them eventually. Plus, this is a default gang, so you know. Getting to meet the right characters. I think maybe I'll do the Judgment games as at some point as well. I have Yakuza. I have Judgment for the PS4, and I can still play that on this. And then Lost Judgment I have as well. I've been meaning to replay those. Those are games that have girlfriends actually in them, which are actually like, you know, real women scanned into the game. One of them is just turned 18. Awesome, right? Wish they didn't do that, but I remember one of the other girls in Original Judgment was one of the original girls in Judgment was like a witch lady, and she was really she's great. Oh. Damn. They know. They understand. Ayane, yeah, she's a fortune teller. They immediately zoom in on him. Yeah. Yeah, Otaku. Damn, they're so invested. So, fun thing about this for people who didn't play the original, this is kinda a little out of nowhere. Sachika was one of the characters that was a part of your party in the previous game. And she was one of the characters that you could romance as a part of the game as well. But it was like one of, I don't know, 7, right? Like there were a lot of characters that you could romance in the game. So it was like one of those options. And at that point, they were kind of like, well, you know, there was like 1 or 2 things that you could talk about, right? I keep calling her Sachika, my bad. Psycho, my bad. Sachan messed me up. But Psycho was one of the many characters that you could romance in the previous game. And you got a little cutscene with her, you got all that stuff. But there wasn't really much in the story that actually was built around the two of them actually hanging out. You hung out with her one time. Like there's one bit at the start of you being with Psycho. Almost did it again. Where Ichi's shirtless and she's like in a robe and they're just like hanging out together. But it's very chill. Like it's not even like a weird it's not even romantic or like weird in any way. It's just kind of, oh, like they're just hanging out basically. So it's like, but I mean, logically it does make sense that the main guy and main girl of the new franchise could gravitate towards each other. It's just one of those things where they act as though, oh, this was a thing in the previous game, and it's really not. Like, it's more of a thing in the previous game than you would think, but less than you would hope. You know what I mean?
人生は一度きりだ。悔いのねえようにしろよ。足立さん。ほら、ナンバー、帰るぞ。
Dude, help him. He is like, he is messed up. He's gonna fall over and hurt himself. I like her fit in this one. I actually like it a lot more than I liked her fit in the previous one. Like, I didn't understand how her top worked in the previous game.
Sa-chan! Yeah.
I will say I like Psycho a lot. Like, for her to be the first playable girl in the games, she had, and her to hold her own is like really, really good, honestly. Could always worry about that type of stuff when it comes from a franchise like this. We're hanging out now, buddy. No. I'm really sad about that, honestly. What was her name? Eri Kamataki, who's a real woman, by the way, which is why she's not in this game. And not mentioned in this game either. You only won one contest, get out. No, Ichi! Listen, Ichi, this is the best case scenario for you, dude.
What the?
This is how you feel. This is what you should do, actually. I don't know. I wouldn't answer the phone. But, you know what? Answer the phone. Oh, is she mentioned? Oh. But is she called Eri Kamataki, is the thing. Or is she just called, oh, my daughter, I have someone who's there. Like, I remember they do straight up say, like, I used to own this place at one point when you're looking around. Me when I get a date. Yahoo! Oh yeah, his friend. He was just gonna kiss you on the head, bro. Don't even worry about it. Don't even trip. This is very Ichi. He did straight up go for it, yeah. I love that they're filming him. Hallelujah. I mean, honestly, that's, like I said before, that's how I'd react. That's how I react when I get a date. Anyway. Now he's depressed. The clarity has hit him.
いや、よく考えたら俺20年近く無所にいただろ。まともなデートなんかしたことねえんだ。もしさっちゃんをがっかりさせちまったらって考えると。
おい、ネガティブになるなよ。
デートでの失敗なんて誰にだってある。ビビらず。
I did see that, yeah.
失敗してさっちゃんに嫌われたら
I just took a peek.
付き合うどころか絶交されちまうかも。
I mean, I will say, first and foremost, Eri is my favorite, like, character that I think they had in that game, playable-wise. Like, I think her kit worked really well, and her unlocking the dealer job, which sadly is not in this game, but was one of my favorites. The dealer class was... You guys are not the experts. You guys are not the dating experts. Mr. Love and Mr. Fuck over here. Mr. Love and Mr. Sex, I should have said. It does. That's the biggest thing for me. Like, I consider that to be something that is, like, mandatory rather than an optional one. But I will say, it's kind of sad that they didn't expand the idea of having optional party members in this game, though. Like, that's the one thing that I wish they'd have gone out of their way to do. Like, go, hey, there's an extra party member or two in this game that you can get that is optional, that would be useful to pick up, but you don't need to pick them up. If I was a sicko, I would do that with the last two party members that you get in the game, but they're honestly too important to the story, in theory, to make optional. You know? They don't have as much importance to the overall story, but it'd be hard to take them out without, you know, kind of having to have an explanation, you know? They're beefing. That's crazy. These two are having a mid-off. Okay. We are going to be soliciting some advice from these two old drunks. I say, knowing that Ichi is 48 years old as of today, as of the recording of this video. But these guys are way older, though, so... That's actually true. Arrive ahead of time and you wait. He's spitting facts. But let's see here. That's so silly. I think maybe on my next date I should just do that. Find a bench and just sit down and sleep. If they take my wallet, then, well, you know. His psycho voice is so funny. You can tell that these two are like diva on diva combat, basically.
言ったろう。女の子がデートに期待してるのは特別感だ。待ち合わせの瞬間にも相手はそれを求めてるんだ。待ち合わせの姿勢で特別感ってどうやるんだよそれ。
You could bring something with you, you could hang out, you know, you could pose a little bit against the wall. See, that's bad too. Staring directly at them as they make their way through, I don't know. His psycho voice is very funny too. I don't know.
なんだよ。そんならお前どっちのアドバイスを採用すんだ？
I know that this would be a good point to do some thingies here, some chat-specific questions, but this is one that I'm very aggressive on. I'm not gonna sit there and sleep. We will do some more as we make our way through, but yeah, the sleeping thing is ridiculous. Does he look like him? Does he look like Akio? That's kind of interesting.
まあ、それは確かに。
その通りだ、春日。バシッと決めて仁王立ち。これが粋な男の街姿よ。
Honestly, it makes all the sense in the world to me, so... Can't be mad at it.
しゃあねえな。今回は足立さんに花を持たせてやるよ。じゃあ次のレッスンと行くか。
デートの極意レッスン2。
Oddly enough, he does kind of look like him. Like, he looks older, Namba does, but like, I think he played like Hideaki Anno or something in one thing, or he played like some famous guy, and it was like 1-to-1. It was ridiculous.
デートはおしゃれなレストラン。
That one is like, I mean, I literally like for all the every main character in the Yakuza franchise looks different compared to the other people. They carry the same vibe, but they look different. Alright, so picking a place to go and date, honestly. I am firmly of the idea when you date that you have to try and figure out where the other person would find interesting. A lot of times when you talk to people, they'll kind of give away a little bit of like where they would be interested in going. Or they might even just tell you like, hey, the type of food I'm into is this, or the type of stuff that I'm looking for is this. And then you can kind of go, oh, you know, here's this, here's that. Here's some stuff to be able to get into. It's very important to pay attention, though. Listen, for a snack, maybe? But for a dating dinner, like your first date? No. You don't want to die. Big King Gnu guy? That guy is 1-to-1. That's ridiculous. Like, straight up, he looks the exact same. We'll get there, though.
だったら牛丼屋でいいじゃねえか。
え、デートで牛丼屋かよ。
デートに決まりなんてね。大切なのはリラックスしてお前らしく接することだ。
Stay
生
relaxed.
き慣れた場所が一番なんだよ。
まあ確かにイタリアンやらフレンチじゃ緊張して俺
I think that's a good idea, though. Like, I will say, one of the things that's kind of nice is that straight up, don't go someplace that you're going to be intimidated by is actually a good dating advice. If you feel like taking someone to a place where you're going to be spending like hundreds of dollars during a date is going to like actually mess you up, then you're probably not going to feel comfortable as you go. I've seen that picture before. I think I posted that at one point. It was one of those things where I was like, yeah, dude, like, it's 1-to-1. The picture of that man. You're telling me eat curry on a date, bro? Eating spicy stuff on a date is the most dangerous thing that you could possibly do. Because A, what if the other person doesn't really like spicy stuff? And B, what if you have the worst possible experience with the spice and it ends up ruining the rest of your day? I have had spicy stuff go down the pipe, the wrong pipe one time, and I was coughing the entire time the rest of the date, and it was a miserable time. It was a miserable time for me. It was a miserable time for the other person. It was one of those situations that I would rather not repeat. But if you have a little bit of spice on something, you know, it's okay. See, that's it. There you go. That was the right answer. Dude, dude. I don't think you had a lesson. I think you're just playing it off really cool. The more I've played this, the more I think that the idea is for you to follow all of Namba's instructions each time, because even though they don't seem like the most direct options, it seems like Ichi kind of follows them up with going, oh, but instead of doing what you exactly say, I'm going to do something else. Yeah. I like these designs for these characters, but, you know, it's not these characters, you know? See, for me, that is fancy. For me, that's a fancy look on a date. Dude, you're a weird guy, man. You're a really strange guy. Is it environmentally conscious? It's a shirt, some khaki slacks, and a jacket. It's not that bad a look, though. Yeah, that is not... No. What the hell?
さすがに派手すぎねえか？春日、なぜホタルが光るか知ってる
Dude,
か？
what are you talking about? Legitimately.
ホタルが光るのは求愛のためだ。
The thing that's important about this choice here is that it will affect what you're dressed like for the next, like, 15 minutes of the game, so you want to be careful about it, you know? It does look, Otaku, it does look good, but I think the thing that I'll say about it is that it doesn't, you know, it doesn't convey the vibe right, you know? The thing about dating is that if you overdress for the occasion, it scares people. Like, you need to kind of meet people where they're at as far as kind of how they want to dress, how you're going to dress. Like, if you know the person that you're going on a date with dresses a certain way, then you need to be like, okay, like, let me try and meet that kind of vibe or meet that kind of feel that they have, you know? Or if you're trying to, like, kind of, you know, convey a certain energy to your date, you know, then you kind of dress a certain way for that too. Like, you want to, your clothes are kind of like as much of kind of a setting as everything else, I think, for a date. And the razzle dazzle, honestly, is coming on a little too strong. That's saying like, oh, this is like the most serious thing possible. I am going to push my sort of feelings or my sort of impressions on you. Whereas the organic look is like, hey, you know, this could go one way or the other. You know, if you like, you know, how these things are going, then obviously we can continue. A first date, it's a first date, you know? Listen, if you watch her to itch your balls, you got... All right, pal. I'm not reading that full thing. I'm sorry. Okay. You said I should choose it anyway to be funny. How are we feeling? The razzle dazzle, the organic look. How are we feeling? I know what I would personally pick, but you're right. Like, this is New Game Plus. This is to figure some extra stuff out. The razzle dazzle. The razzle dazzle. Okay. The razzle dazzle. Special occasions demand special action, don't they? Oh, he's chill with that. I don't remember if there was additional commentary on that. It might have been the same, actually, except, you know, it might have been the same length, but who knows, you know? If this date goes well, it's all because of them. Namba, Adachi-san, thank you. Should go home for now. Adachi, Namba, and Psycho have been added to character profiles. You can look at character profiles by looking at character profiles. Because he wishes he had cash for that. Yeah, go ahead and ask me a spoiler. I'll decide whether I answer it on chat on screen here. There will be... We do have a little bit of open season for spoilers in relation to discussion. I just ask that you be careful about kind of what you put in chat at times. Just wanting to make sure that the organic experience is kind of preserved for anyone who does want to go back and look at some other stuff. I will just say that is true and leave it at that. I'll say that. He was, you know, that was something that was kind of present there. That little laugh in there. I always hated the rock throw, honestly. It never dealt enough damage. I think the big thing that helps me here is that my damage and my what do you call it? My durability are a lot higher than they were at the beginning of the game before. So my special attacks. Oh! My special attacks don't suck as much as they did when I first started the game. I think that's a big thing about the Hello Worker kind of brawler class, I'll just call it, is that it feels very worthless at the start of the game. And the original game, Yakuza 7, the big problem is that you're stuck with that for quite a bit of time. Like, as a matter of fact, I think that this is kind of my own pet theory, really. But, oh, hey! This is a character that was in the previous game. And the guy next to her, is also a guy that was in the previous game as well. That's a nice little touch there. But yeah, so I mean, like, the previous game, you had to use this ability set for like 4 chapters. And as you can tell from me kind of repeatedly saying that leveling this up to 30 is the best idea before you jump in, it's not really useful, especially when it comes to fighting multiple enemies at once, and especially when it comes to playing on different difficulties as well. So if you're the type of person who kind of turned off on Yakuza 7 because of the fact that you were stuck with this and you didn't really get any, crazy out there RPG abilities for a while, just know that it takes a little bit of time to get there, but you do get there. This game, however, throws you into it a lot sooner, thankfully. So, is it just me, or does this Kappa have a really fine ass? Like, cut me a slice of that Cukes cake. You're a weirdo, you know that? Oh, hey, they're dressed in the school uniforms from the school that was introduced in Lost Judgment, by the way. In Lost Judgment, much like... Actually, I think it's kind of something that people who might not be as familiar with these games might not know, but they reuse resources a lot in these games. Asshole. Like, this Yokohama has appeared in 4 different games now. It was introduced in Yakuza 7, then it appeared in Lost Judgment, then it was used in the last few chapters of Like a Dragon Gaiden, and then it was used here in this game. And each time, they used the world, but they would add like 1 or 2 extra things, like those billboards that we talked about earlier with the hostesses on them had different hostesses in previous games before Lost Judgment. I mean, sorry, before Like a Dragon Gaiden. The school was introduced in Lost Judgment, and then the world itself was created here specifically. I don't know what I'm doing here. Oh, yeah, you know what? That might actually be useful to me later on. We're about to get into a serious fight here, guys. Something very crazy is about to happen fairly soon. I think it's because the Gaiden games are kind of a little bit more like the Judgment games. Like, I can't speak about Pirate Yakuza because that hasn't come out yet when we're starting this playthrough. But I can say that one of the biggest things about it is that it's just the ease of being able to move through the world, the overall kind of dexterity that you have. And I think, like, the combat systems, it just, like, they feel more fun, honestly, than kind of playing the regular style switching and all the other stuff. No offense to the older Yakuza games. But speaking of fun, It's time for some real fun to begin, guys, because something... wait, no. I'm ahead, my bad. We're good, actually, never mind. Yeah, let's turn in for the day. I'm ahead of my, where I think we're supposed to be at this point. There's a specific pain point that I'm thinking about, though. Oh. Dude, you look nuts. She looks good.
いや、全然今来たとこです。
もうなんで敬語なのよ。それにしても今日はずいぶんおめかししてるじゃない？
あ、これみんなに見繕ってもらってよ。変だったか？
Aww. The only problem is that we're not matching like we would with the other one. Sadly. That was kind of she does that same line for the other fit. So, you know. I wish that I could tell you that it was different, but the actual outfit doesn't impact the way that she approaches you. It just impacts the way that you look for the next 15 minutes. Which is why I was more comfortable with picking that option. Other dating advice from yours truly. Always get a reservation. Open table. The place's website. All of those things are places that you can go 10 days in advance and just straight up be like, I want to go here. You can set up 15 minutes ahead of time and you can go, hey, let's just go and let's just do it, you know? That way, you set it up for a 15-minute increment. If you show up 15 minutes early, they can have a spot for you. If you show up 15 minutes late, they can generally still have a spot for you. Get out of here, Mark Turnup. A hotel? No way, dude.
そんなこんな明るいうちから
昼とか夜とか関係なくない？とにかく私もう我慢できないのよね。
Yakuza is very big on the sex jokes. It's kind of funny. For a franchise that is known to have, like, virgins that are, like, prominent in the plot. I did play it cool before, so I'm gonna be like Namba.
さっちゃん。こんなこと言うと根性がねえって思われるかもしれねえけど、正直に言って俺。
I'm a little scared, guy.
怖い？あ、なんかわかる気がする。私も怖いなって思う時があるよ。
Why is she getting scared? Like what?
将来のこととか考えると。
Oh, no, I get it. I understand what she's getting at now.
なんでホテルなんかに？
は？ホテル？何の話？
違うの？
タバコの話に決まってるでしょ。
You're a maniac.
この先に喫煙所があるから一服しようって話よ。
But no, you know, come on, Ichi.
そうだよな。もちろんタバコの話だって分かってたよ。
He immediately walks off.
喫煙所一服して落ち着きて気分だ。
大丈夫？ Ichiban.
Look, man, listen. Listen. Ichi, what are you going to talk about? Oh, what if we talk about my friends again? What if we talk about Adachi-san?
そういや、足立さんって若い頃どんな感じだったんだろうな。
どうしたの急に。
いや、俺たちが出会った頃はすでにあの見た目だろ。だけど当然。
Oh, you're a little bit, so you're not too far.
そう言われたらそうね。身長も高いし、かなりイケメンだ。
I did the Nambo one, and the Nambo one is just, I wonder what he looks like without his glasses. You saw it, asshole! This is a fun conversation, though. Talking about your friends on a date is actually encouraged sometimes. It shows that you're human, and it shows that you have other things that are going around. Going on, I guess. No, but don't talk about them too much, though.
そんなつもりで話したんじゃねえんだよ。ただその共通の話題をと思って。
冗談よ。
Oh.
そうだ。なんちゃんと足立さんの話で思い出したんだけど。
I like her big ass necklace as well. You can never underestimate a turtleneck with a big ass necklace. That's a good look. Talking about Adachi really paid off. But yeah, talking about Namba will also lead to that type of conversation there too. Speaking of which, by the way, I remember that this place was very hard to find in Lost Judgment. Yeah, okay, Otaku, I hear ya. I think she's pretty... honestly, like I said before, I like the fact that she's pretty tough. It's definitely one of those things where the game kind of counteracts that because all of her, all the classes you can give her are very cutesy. In the previous game, the idol class is probably the one that's most specialized for her. And it's one of those things where it's like, oh, like, that kind of sucks as far as a thing, you know? Like, hey, you know? Oh yeah, you did get one class that was DLC in the previous game, which was the matriarch. But that one was something that I think was not as used. Like, her skill set, I love that. Her skill set is very much tailored towards a very high mental point skill set. So I think that it's one of those things where she is just like, you kind of need to lock her in with that as like her main thing. What do we do? What's the best thing to do here? Honestly, you made the stupid menu. You made her mess up. I'm going to call them out for you. Now, my actual process would be to just move on. I wouldn't want to accentuate, like, kind of, you know, someone's embarrassment or someone's kind of problems. But you know what? Actually, I did cover for her before. So I think maybe we'll try and move on. Let's give that a shot. Just be silent.
じゃあ俺は何を頼もうかな。
Maybe you should mess up too, bro.
来たことないんだよな。どれどれ。
I think that would be cute. Like, you mess up the thing too.
え、なんかおかしいことを言っちまったか？
うんうん。一番のそういうさりげない気遣いが嬉しいなと思って。
Oh. So, if you do decide to be like Adachi, you just straight up tell the guy, your menu fucking sucks. How about you fix it?
川豚ってのを頼むぜ。
川豚？
ほら、メニューに書いてるだろ。
お客さん、それね、フグって読むんですよ。
え、これでフグ？
And he apologizes and he's like, I'll fix the menu, don't worry. I'll fix the menu. It's too hard for people to read. It kind of sucks. But here he's making fun of us.
これは失礼しました。確かに和食の漢字は難しいものが多いですからね。ちょうどメニューに振り仮名を書くか悩んでいた。
Oh, I guess he does circle around to that anyway. No, I guess he does circle around to it eventually. But this way, you both make a mistake, and it's kind of cute, honestly. See? You do bully him into getting Amatsu, Amitsu, in the other one, but, you know. No, it's fine. I did that before too. See? They ended up pretty good, honestly. He kind of is, I can't lie. You know what this suit reminds me of? And I think that's where it's from, actually. This might be one of the suits that was used for the bodyguard class in Yakuza 7. Because I remember in Yakuza 7, they had variants of the suit that let you, customize kind of the coloration of it a little bit. That's another class that doesn't come back for this game. I kind of like how they do that. See, you don't want to do that, dude. You don't want to lie and say that, you know, a working woman is your girlfriend. You don't want to do that ever. She might have to do something like this. Even though her and Ichi are kind of moving in that direction. But, you know, something's gonna happen. Something's gonna happen. But yeah, like, I will say in most situations I feel like they brought over the right classes from game to game, or modified the kits to make them better. But sometimes I do miss them. Like the dealer class, I miss a whole bunch. You didn't have to tell him your name.
僕は人を見る目だけは誰よりもあるんだ。彼はサイコちゃんと釣り合うような男には到底見えないよ。
Yeah, how would you know, dude? Yeah, totally. All right, I guess this is one that I will really throw up to the audience here. How should I react? Should I be a cool, down-to-earth guy, or should I be a cool and stylish man? The strong, the silent type. See, that's the thing. I actually don't remember what I answered for this one either. So, usually I'm trying to either... I mean, honestly, up until just now, I usually tried to answer what I did before because I'm trying to give cool dating advice and be someone who is worldly. But now I'm like thinking maybe I should go opposite of what I've been doing before. Adachi the Goat, we believe in him. Let's go with Adachi. Yeah, let's go with Adachi, sure. Sophisticated gal like Sach-chan. I don't want to lie, though, so I better let my attitude do the talking. Yeah, it's all how you phrase it. I can do that easy.
まあ、一言で言えば、いろんな連中の相談に乗って解決に導いてやる。
I'm a therapist, my guy.
ほう、コンサルタント業か。ま、悪くない仕事だ。どんな企業の面倒を見てるんだ？
企業ってよりは個人の相談に乗ってる感じだな。
ファイナンシャルプランナーか。確かにこれから先成長が見込める業種だ。
Yeah, dude, like, you're definitely doing all this stuff. And there's the question there. It's like, oh, well, you know.
何かしら資格を取らせて、とっとと水商売からは足を洗わせるね。
あ？キャバクラの何が悪いんだよ。
キャバ嬢なんて将来性もなければ世間体も悪いでしょう。
Hey, dude, you're the one who's lying and saying that you're her boyfriend. Like,
人が真剣に向き合ってる仕事にケチつけるんじゃねえ。情熱ってな、どんな資格にも勝る将来性なんだ。どんな仕事だって真剣に向き合った先には必ずいい未来が待ってるんだよ。
oh man, nice.
それを応援しねえで何か。
So I think in the other one, you're just straight up honest and you're like, yeah, I work at Hello Work and I don't have any money, but you know, love opens all doors, etc., etc., etc. type of stuff. And she's straight up like, yeah, you know, wow, Ichi, I like you a lot. From the back there. I like how they've kind of mixed this stuff together. Like, it's clear that there's an end goal with everything, but at the same time, you're able to get stuff going. Hey, I'm not scruffy looking. You should see me in the later parts of the game when my hair's fucked up. That's scruffy. Dude, get off the floor. Stand up! Stand up! Go hassle some other woman. I don't know. Yeah, you're gonna punch her now? Is that what you think? Yeah, you'll see, alright? You'll see. Sadly, I don't get to keep the bag that I had set up properly for this, but I'm sure we'll get there as we get there. Anyway, time for some whoopins. Let's see. It probably, yeah, you know what? Let's do that, actually. So I can show off. Well, no, I can't, actually. Anyway, so now we have Psycho here. Psycho has a good amount of additional skills in her current class, which is the Barmaid. The Barmaid has kind of a balance between boosting and debuffing enemies. But then in addition to that, it also has kind of your first introductions into some stat boosts, into some status effects. As you go through, you get the champagne shower, which allows you to inflict a cold on your opponent. You also get the champagne splashdown, which allows you to inflict it on more than a few opponents at the same time. The branding blow is something that lights someone on fire and pushes them. And these other ones also give you critical hits and additional abilities there too. So let's give this a shot. I mentioned before that they've optimized a lot of people's abilities, and all of the other characters, not Ichi himself, but all of the other characters in their first jobs that you give them, first jobs that they're given, have a lot more varied abilities. It's to a point where it makes it so that you don't really have to worry as much about having to mess around with people as much. Like, the big thing is that in the previous game, they very much kind of pushed you to switch off of the job that you were already on. Whereas here, you can justifiably stick with these jobs for most of the game and feel comfortable with them. I want to do some pushing him around type of stuff. Come on, guy. Dude, like, could you... Anyway. Let's reduce his attack. There we go. Dude. Dude! Please! Okay. Okay, we didn't get to see it, but just trust me. There are some unique techniques here. But yeah, whoa, dude, come on. That shit. At least that'll clean out a little bit better, I think. Oh, how sweet. But yeah, so when you have more than one person on your team, you get the ability to bounce a character from one to the other with your normal attacks. As a matter of fact, in comparison to Yakuza 7, which normal attacks were very limited, you got like the boosts off of, you know, the weapons that you were holding, but you couldn't push enemies around. You could hit them while they were down, but like that was really about it as far as your options went. And then, you know, if you tried to attack people and they were, oh, fire. But if you tried to hit people while they're in the middle there, then you would have some trouble in relation to being able to attack them, because enemies in the path of characters you were trying to hit would be able to interrupt your damage, which sucks a ton. Whereas here, nobody can interrupt you. You can move around at your leisure. Your normal attacks are based on kind of your distance to people. If you hit them in the back, it deals more damage. If you hit them closer, it deals more damage. And you can bounce them into walls. And you can bounce them into other allies who will also deal damage on them. So things feel very good in this game, team-wise. Ichi? He blacked out for a second. Ichi, you really...
沢城の頭にはずっと間抜け間抜け言われてた。でもよ、今はなんとか定職にもつけて仕事は真面目にやってるつもりだ。職場の評判も悪かねえと思ってる。体はとにかく丈夫な方だし。
Dude,
そりゃ桐生さんとかとは比べようもねえけど、
this is not an interview.
私も弱かねえとは思う。酒もタバコもやりすぎることはねえ。ギャンブルもまあやらねえとは言わねえが、たしなむ程度なもんだ。こんな大して取り柄のねえ俺だけどよ、さっちゃんのことは俺が命に変えても幸せにしてみせる。
Aww, Ichi.
だからよ、さっちゃん、俺と結婚してください。
Ichi, no! No! No!
男春日一番、
Stop talking!
さっちゃんのこと守り抜いてみせるからよ。
Boys with a time machine and the ability to go into a video game. I'm going to cut Ichiban off mid-speech so he doesn't say all this stuff.
すげえと思ってる。でも一緒になったらもうそんな苦労は俺がさせねえ。
This makes it worse! Because literally, we just had the conversation where the guy was like, why don't you take her away from the business? And you were like, oh, it's all about passion. Now you're saying you're going to take her away from her business. Now you're saying you're going to make her a housewife. Ichi! Ichi, you're saying you're going to put a baby in her! Ichi, you're literally only talking about stuff that you want to do! You can't do this! You can't!
さっちゃん、
ありがとね、一番。今日は楽しかった。
Goodbye!
ちょっと待ってくれよ。さっちゃん、
Goodbye forever!
俺何かまずいこと言っちまったか？
別にそんなことないって。でももう帰んなきゃ。明日お店のことで早いし、一番も早起きしないとい
She
け
is
ないで
being
しょ。
so nice about this.
お互い頑張ろう。
She is being, like, way nicer than I think she should be. You are begging her for an answer. You proposed to her on your first date, and you're begging her for an answer. Not gonna lie, if that happened, I would curve instantly. Instantly curve. Literally.
奥手がテンパるとこういうことになるんだな。
No, like, I mean, we'll talk about it as we get to it, I'm sure. I mean, like, her biggest problem with that discussion is, like, I honestly think it's correct for her to feel that way. Because, like, it shows, like, a person showing you how immature they are in a relationship perspective is a good reason to not want to be with them, I will say. And, like, the idea of, like, someone being like, I am proposing to you on the first date, and I'm only going to talk about myself in relation to kind of how I'm going to approach stuff, is, like, as good a reason to tell that that person isn't interested in a serious relationship. Now, I think as far as things go, you could probably still be friends with that person. You could probably go, you know, let's be friends and whatever. But with that level of immaturity, I don't know. It'd be hard to kind of stress that. For all you know, you tell that person that you want to be friends, and then they'll all of a sudden be like, but I propose to you! I propose to you! I don't want to be friends!
もしそうならさっちゃんのことだ。 さっさと見切りつけて途中で帰ってろ。
となるとやっぱプロポーズで相当まずいこと言ったんだろうな。
Everything you said in that proposal was stupid, buddy.
ちょっと今繰り返してみ。
え、今恥ずかしいんだけど。バカ。
Yeah, if it wasn't embarrassing for you to say to her, then clearly it's embarrassing for you to say. It won't be embarrassing for you to say here, pal. Lay it on them.
まず最初に自分がヤクザ上がりで貧乏してるとか。
Yeah.
頭悪いとかあるけど。
But Kiryu wouldn't be like explaining himself to a woman. That's the thing. He wouldn't be the type that would say, yeah, all the stuff, all of my good qualities, I'm stressing. You know?
で、次は次はそんな取り柄のない自分だけど、さっちゃんのことは俺が幸せ。
Like, I think, honestly, that first part is fine. Like, if he'd have just been like, you know, could you be mine type of thing? Like, oh, like, you know, maybe, you know, you could be, maybe I could be your boyfriend, or maybe I could see you another time, basically.
あのな、一番さっちゃんみたいにバリバリ働いて自分の人生貫いてる子が。
But yeah, his whole thing is basically, I have all these qualities to me. I know I'm not the perfect guy, but I'm the right guy to take you away from all of your problems.
プロポーズでそれっちゃ致命傷だな。
原因はもう分かった感じするけど、それから何か言ったのか。
No, everything else he said after that is bad.
さっちゃんが女なのに仕事とか家族の世話とかすげえしっかりしてて偉いなって。おめえおい、今時女なのにはまずいぜ。
Yeah, I mean, the thing is like, Ichi is clearly not experienced with romantic love with anyone. He's very immature. I mean, he grew up in a soap land. He's very much... I don't know if you've ever seen that image, Macro, where it's like something from a manga where it's like, I can't believe I told you my kinks before I told you my name type of thing. But it's basically that. It's like he's only... all of the time that he's known this woman, he hasn't known her he hasn't known anything about romance. He's known about what soaplands are. He's known about what cabaret clubs are. He knows about kind of this quote unquote seedier kind of side of, you know, women in terms of like the way that stuff is kind of put together. But he doesn't know how to even remotely attempt to make someone happy from the perspective of a relationship. 7 was in 2019. This is in 2022. Right now. So, 2019. 3 years? Right? 3 years after 7? I mean, yeah, they've known each other for a long time, but like, again, it's one of those things where it's like, it's clear that Ichi hasn't dated anyone. It's clear that Ichi hasn't like had experience in terms of all that type of stuff. Like the fact that they're all telling him right now, like, dude, you're imposing a bunch of stuff on these women. It's like, it's bad. Listen, the romance stuff in Yakuza 7 is not canon. All the sex stuff is not romantic, you know? It's not romantic to have sex with somebody within a couple of days that you've met them, I suppose. And B, that was also non-canon. But you pick Otaku, you say that, but you were the one shouting about wanting to pick all of his choices. Look, he had non-canon sex is what I'm getting at. And I think canonically they say that he didn't have sex in any of those scenes. Nor did him getting the puff puff mean that he was getting sex in those scenes either. So the reverse flash. Nah, it was just a very heavy what's that called? Heavy petting or whatever? Isn't that what that's called? Heavy petting before marriage. It's the chat thing that it said, yeah. Two people have affectionate physical contact, such as kissing and touching, that is sexual in nature. It is foreplay or intimate interaction.
Oh.
If you're gonna apologize to her, the sooner the better. Yeah, alright. Go do it right now. My stomach's still in the knot, though. No surprise there. You alright? Want us to tag along? Nah, I couldn't ask you to do that. You sure? Well, good luck. Abayo. Yes, exactly that. So he's done a bunch of that, but he hasn't done any sex. He's just like Limp Bizkit, no sex. So we do have a little bit more range of movement here. We can go kind of anywhere that we've seen in the city already. And that gives us the opportunity, if we needed to go ahead and get into some more fights. And to buy some stuff real quick. The reason this is important, spoilers for anyone who might be playing this for the first time, is that this is the last opportunity that you really have to really dig around and level up your a Hello Worker class before you reach the point where you have what I consider to be one of the toughest fights in this early part already. This is what I consider to be one of the pain points of New Game Plus coming up after this cutscene. But we will get there as we get there. You know what's funny? I saw his portrait, the little star in the corner, and I was kind of thinking he looked a bit like the dude from the Black Panther PSP games. Like, he kind of has the same hair. He kind of has like the same face. Like, he looks like the Tatsuya if Tatsuya was a bit older in that picture. But obviously he doesn't look like that when he's like normal, you know. Anyway, it's time to go back to the club. And let's have a chat that surely will not be the death of us. Everything's gonna be fine after this chat, I promise. What are you... oh! Gone. The Unboxer. Sadly, we can't pick up this motorcycle, but what we can do is we can ruin this guy's whole life right here. Oh, whoops. That wasn't correct. I wanted to powerbomb him into the railing, but I couldn't. Gone. What kind of store is this? I'm gonna assume it's another club of some kind. But anyway, we're on the complete wrong side, actually. So we'll loop around here. All right. In we go. Hi, girl. I'm totally fine here.
さっちゃん。
おお、一番じゃん。偶然だね。
What do you mean it's a coincidence?
さっちゃんのこと。
Oh, because, seeing you outside the club, I
ちゃん
guess.
と謝りたくてよ。
え？謝るって何が？
俺全然さっちゃんがどう思うかなんて考える余裕もなくてひでえことばっかり言っちまってた。それを謝りてえんだ。
Here's another important relationship thing, guys. And I say this to people specifically. If you don't understand why you need to apologize for something in a relationship, wait to apologize for it. Don't let other people help you process stuff and then come to conclusions on your own. Actually think about it and actually consider stuff. Because that can be the difference between you giving an apology for something that will actually make an impact and you giving an apology for something that will mean absolutely nothing to the person you're apologizing to.
それでおやっさんの墓参りに行っておやっさんを安心させたいとか。
Like he heard, oh, all that stuff from his friends to kind of like work through all of it. But there's plenty more that he should have thought about as well when it comes to this apology.
本当にすまねえ、さっちゃん。
なーに？そんなことでわざわざ謝りに来てくれたの？バカだな。私そんなこと気にしてないって。
でも
確かに最近そういうのデリカシーないって風潮あるけど別に気にしないって。私が何年キャバでセクハラクソ親父たちの相手してると思ってんの？
That's fair.
でもよ、なんで？
いや、私たちってちょっと変わった出会い方したじゃん。ある種運命共同体っていうか。
And here it is.
何度もくぐってきたから、なんか一緒にいて当たり前みたいな感じにいつの間にかなっててさ。
Sachika be like, God damn it. Psycho be like, we're better as friends.
だからお互い普通の友達の距離感に戻った方がいいと思うんだ。
But our non-canon sex! We had non-canon sex though! No, that was, like I said before, Otaku, that was heavy petting at best.
そんなわけだから一番も変なことでくよくよしないで。前も言ったけどお互い頑張ろう。
But anyway, like I said before, you need to internalize things. You need the emotional maturity to be able to internalize things because you never know. You may go an entire year, a full year, without having the opportunity to have a chat with your girl. See, that's nuts, man. Literally. That's the thing that's the best part, too. Like, you can see above that is clearly, like, them arranging to meet for the date. And then months later, he's like, yep. Let's get it done. Let's see how she's doing. You know, I'm sure things are fine, but they're not fine. They're not fine at all. They're not fine.
春日君。
おはようございます。今日もよろしくお願いします。
ちょっと今いいかな。
え？前にやった倉庫の整理とかすか？任せといてください。
いや、 ちょっと伝えたいことがあって。
But it's not about that, actually. We have ourselves what is referred to as a bit of a humiliation conga to follow now as we move into 2023. Who else had a terrible 2023? I think. You know? Who had a worse 2023 than Kasuga Ichiban? 2023 wasn't a bad year for me, honestly, thinking about it. Like, I'm trying to think. Most of the year, honestly, I was chilling at work. You know, like, it wasn't as intensive as it could have been, and I was put in a place that I think I excelled at. Romantically, things were going well. As they've continued to go well over time. Trying to think if there was anything bad that happened in 2023. Oh yeah, there was one thing, but I'm not going to say that on stream, honestly. You would say, but that's spoilers. Spoilers for you, Otaku? You're spoiling your own 2023? You're spoiling your 2023? I pooped myself? No. No. Oh yeah, no. There have been there are people who have terrible 2023s in this as well, but you know. But no, imagine being fired and you like no one will tell you why you've been fired. Like when I got fired from my first job, I got to ask questions and everything. Like they told me on the, you know, on the phone, they were like, okay, there's this. And I got to kind of go, okay, well, you know, once I kind of collected myself, I went, you know, there's probably some more that I can say here, like, you know, questions I can answer about kind of my career and stuff like that, just making sure that things are the way that they should be. But, you know, one of those things where it was just like, oh, like, if I went into a job and I was told straight up, like, I'm fired and I can't, like, get any insight on it, I'd probably hate myself a lot. Like, you know what I mean? I'd probably have, like, a really tough time with it. I feel like that happens in most jobs, though. Like, most jobs do not give you the opportunity to straight up say, like, hey, you know, let me figure some stuff out with this, or maybe they'll help you with the way that you need to do or how you need to move and stuff like that. Like, my last job also didn't help me much, unfortunately, but they did offer some kind of options for you to be able to kind of, you know, get employment. You taught me how to use a computer. I like how there's kind of varying amounts of, like, people wanting to give him kind of a give him the time of day there, you know? Like, some people are just straight up like, damn, this guy sucks. You know, we need him out of here. But see, he's polite. They're all looking away. Oh, he's about to cry! Come on, guys. He worked so hard. Oh, Ichi, there's so much lower you can go. I promise. But, you know, no job and your situationship is screwed up is kind of bad. So freelancer is what it's called. That would be kind of hilarious if it was like, yeah, imagine you fumble so hard that it ends up like you end up losing your job over it. Like, that's why, I mean, like, I've been asked this a few times by family members, like, oh, you know, I'm at work. Like, obviously, you know, you work with people and you work with kind of a, you know, diversified group of individuals. And it's like, well, hey, why don't you try and date someone at work? And I'm thinking to myself, no, I will never, ever date someone that I know at work. That is something that will never, ever, ever happen. And the reason for that is because if I break up with that person, or if that person breaks up with me, I don't want to run into a situation where my motivation to be at work, which inevitably will be connected to the potential of kind of working with the person that I'm dating, gets messed up somehow. Or I don't want to be in a situation where I throw myself into work and then I end up messing myself up as a result. Exactly that, yeah. Oh, why? Yeah. I mean, I think that that's just kind of writing wise. Like, they wanted to establish some stuff before you get there and then kind of get here now, you know? But you also haven't finished the game, so you don't know why all that stuff comes together. Anyway, it's time for the first pain point of this game. Dude, you're sticking a phone in my face. Come on. Journalistic ethics.
やばい仕事斡旋してるって件ですよ。詳しく聞かせてくださいよ。
なんだそりゃ。
またまたとぼけちゃって。
That one lady from I've seen her face around, but I don't know what her deal is. She streams a lot with K-Sun, but so she's the only one that I recognize out of the bunch of the other hostesses that are up on the billboard. Oh no. No, it's not.
元ヤクザを野放しにするとか迷惑なんすけど、両親は痛まないんすよね。
Hard journalism. I will say a little spoiler thing. Oh my god, he did a tumble! LeBron!
皆さん見ましたか、この凶暴性。これが春日一番の本性です。
But I will say I'm a little surprised that this group of individuals, despite being named and kind of, you know, specifically branded, do not play a lot of story relevance in this game. They seem like they're going to be way more important based off of kind of their highlighted approach here. Oh! Is that what I was talking about before? Is it? The one with the white background and her hair up? Well, they have like a faction name. And anytime there's a faction name in this game, they generally are like, hey, you know, we generally try to make them important throughout more of the story. But never mind that. It's time to see some stuff. Talk about it again, I forgot. It's time for VTuber! VTubing! I love that they have a VTuber in this game. As if it wasn't confusing enough for Ichi, like, that he's being talked about on, being flamed on YouTube, now it's a VTuber who's saying this as well. Is this a VTuber you would stan? Sound off in chat.
堂々とここの窓口業務をしており、向かいに座るのはこれまた元極道の男。
なんだこりゃ、佐々木？1年も前のじゃねえか。
I will say that it is funny that all of this stuff is kind of placed as like a year ago, essentially. Like it's like, oh, like all this stuff was filmed and kind of taken from a year ago, and put together, essentially. There is no explanation for this. I don't know if people are gonna love the explanation that's done for it later on in the game, but we kind of have this stuff talked about here.
当チャンネルが調べましたところ、この時は腕時計など200万円分を盗ませて、春日はそれをたった2万円で買い取っています。
Did I really? Huh.
つまり仕事のない
Okay.
ヤクザに盗みを働かせ、その転売でかなりの利益を上げてるってことですね。
Yeah, I'm honestly a little surprised that this character like is just exists for this. Like, I know that they're not making a real VTuber rig and a real VTuber kind of setup for this, but it very much seems like the type of thing that would be like cross-promotional in some way. Like, at least have like a Twitter account that's like, yeah, you know, as a teaser for this game, I have all the lies, I have all the stuff, and if you want to know about it, you need to buy this game, etc., etc., etc. Yeah, Uchikoshi is a little ahead of the curve, honestly. The only man brave enough to put the Chug Jug song in his video game. Oh, okay. That's not the woman that I talked about, though. That's not the one I'm pointing out. Yo, Jimbo. Oh, shit. It's a real guy. And you can tell because his voice acting is really not up to par in comparison to the other characters.
俺のネット仲間だよ。危ない撮影の時だけ協力してもらってんの。ていうか、ストリートファイト最強。格闘系の朝倉チャンネルって知らない？今人気爆発中なんだけどな。あ、そうだ、さっちさ。
I was thinking of Ai Kaname, by the way, Otaku. That's who I was thinking of in relation to the people, though there are two eyes in this game, so... But this is a real guy here. I forget what his name is. Oh, well, you guys should leave him alone, because if you don't, then it's gonna be bad, right? But yeah, Mikaru Asakura is this guy. He's a retired mixed martial artist. So, the thing that I'm going to do here is I'm going to cheat. Because I have to cheat to survive this fight. So we're going to start by using a modified rocket launcher on these guys. So like I said before, this is a pain point, because before you even have the ability to counterattack, there's a high potential that you could be pushed to your absolute limits, like I have been here. But thankfully, I have way more in the way of tools to be able to help me out here. Not enough, though. So I'm going to change my approach, actually. So that's our, like I said before, this is our first pain point. I did test this ahead of time just to confirm that I was going to be able to do what I needed to do here. But just so that we're careful, I need to make sure I'm using the right stuff on them here. It was this one. Revival does cost money. And I did actually use some money to be able to revive just now. With keeping my tools, because I want to make sure that I'm in a position to be able to continue to use them if I need to. But yeah, so that took out half of the squad there. I may still be in trouble, but we'll see as we keep making our way through. The good news is like you saw, I was able to take out more of the enemies, and these enemies have their patterns split a little bit more. So it's not just straight up, oh, this guy's going to attack you, then this guy's going to attack you, then this guy's going to attack you, then you're going to die. That said, I am running into a little bit of trouble here. Oh, crap. That was the wrong one. Oh, that was the wrong one. There's another girl who's in the guiding competition who got a call back, but she didn't win. Ah, oh well. They did have a lot of people in that, which was interesting. I wonder if there's ever been situations where people have, like, come back to do those, you know what I mean? But Min's vice journalist. I was like I said before, it's like, Asakura is not a Min's vice journalist, but he is a part of this, like, group, basically. Ultra incendiary grenade. That should take care of 3 of them. I should probably use that again, actually. I was mixing it up a bit, but, like, there's no real reason to do that, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Just keep throwing grenades at them until they all die. This was talked about as kind of one of the major strategies of this game. Making sure that you're careful as possible with kind of both your healing items that you find early in the game that you decide to collect. And then in addition to that, also your weapons that you decide to collect as well. I don't know how you're even still standing, buddy, but you're done. Now it's just me and Asakura. The good news is I think I should be able to get another health boost here. And then I should be able to take him. The big thing is trying to decimate him. Takes a lot more of his health, so we can really deal a ton of damage to him if we focus on using these more damaging and much more powerful skills. So that's the thing with this fight here. Like, honestly, its biggest, your biggest struggle with this one is dealing with the crowd. Once you've dealt with most of the crowd and you can kind of bring it down to one-on-one, Asakura himself is pretty easy to manage on New Game Plus. The biggest thing is just obviously controlling your health. And if you have a lot of staminans, or sorry, if you have a lot of toughness Zs, then you're able to kind of do that pretty well. Toughness double Z, I think, is the one that you want to try and focus on. That's the one that gives you 700. But yeah, managed. Again, this one's probably the hardest fight in these early parts here because you don't have the benefit of being able to swap weapons or give yourself a little bit of an extra damage boost with weapons. So you really need to make sure that you have kind of an ace in the hole to be able to manage all the other enemies because, like I said before, you don't really have a lot of AoEs, you know, as actual options. Anyway, Asakura is like, yeah, you didn't win. It's actually kind of funny that you do fight him in that section there, but it seems like this cutscene is straight up like, you don't fight him because he's not meant to lose in cutscenes, I guess, or something like that. I don't know. That said, it's very cool that they've introduced a rival character for us to interact with here, which will be important as we make our way through. Yay, VTubers. I think it's like contract stuff, you know? Like, the thing is like, a lot of times you might run into a situation where someone is super open to do something, but then their team is like not super like cool with it. Like, The Rock has a contract where it's like, I can't lose in anything. And Yakuza was like, we should put The Rock in our game. I'm like, no, you don't want to put The Rock in this game, man. You really don't. Put Samoa Joe in there. It's way better. But a lot of times, management is like, hey, when we have a guy that we want to put in our thing, we need to set some rules so that, like, they aren't mismanaged. And that's how we got, you know, that's why we don't have any more Judgment games coming, is because the, you know, Johnny's, the label, or the management for the guy who lent his face and voice to Yagami, were like, hey, we don't want him on PC, we don't want people to mod him. The hierarchy of the DC universe is about to change, you're right. You're absolutely right. Yeah, things are getting bad, guys. Wait, what? Who died? Otaku? Oh, look at her. Oh, really? The CEO of Johnny's died? Damn. Oh, alright. So he's a shady guy on top of everything else. That's crazy. Like, imagine a VTuber is like TMZ. Or imagine a VTuber is like, I don't know, important TMZ, you know? Most VTubers I've seen, like, they like playing video games and they like hanging out with their friends. I don't know if you'd be able to be a VTuber that could, like, deal with real stuff, you know? Like K-Sun is a VTuber, and like all the stuff I've seen from her when she's like in rig is like, oh, I have a new rig, or oh, I'm playing a video game or something, or oh, I'm just like hanging out with chat a little bit. Imagine if K-Sun one day was just like, I heard about a murder. Let's talk about it. Imagine K-Sun breaking down the CEO murder. Or K-Sun breaking down, like, I don't know, what do you call it? Elon Musk, Elon Musk MAGA Civil War. Like, literally, K-Sun just straight up hops on and is like, good morning, motherfuckers. Today I'm gonna tell you all about Kekius Maximus, or whatever Elon's calling himself these days. God. Hate to date this thing, because I'm sure this video is gonna go up in the next couple of days. Or in the next couple of weeks after January 1st. But Elon Musk, if you're still out there by the time that this video goes up on my YouTube channel, I need you to know everyone hates you and everyone hated that gimmick. Otaku.
青木亮の独白をネットにアップしたろ？あれで世間の風向きが変わった。
They're talking about the changing world of the net. I like that as a reference. They're like, yeah, when we put him on the online, that was something that was pretty cool, but like now anybody can be like a whistleblower. And like anonymity is like a benefit. Like in 2018, 2019, Twitter wasn't as screwed up as it is now. You could go on Twitter and be like, I'm gonna post a call out post and get flamed by people and like get your account taken down. Now you could just say whatever and everyone will just believe you because you have a blue check. You think Hisoka Tatara has a blue check on Twitter? You think she says X the everything app? She's on Threads. I'll tell you something, Otaku. If you're on Threads, you're not spreading too much news. You're not spreading too much of anything. She posts that video on Threads, and then she gets a Pepsi. She gets the official Pepsi account going major sad face in her replies. And then the Starbucks account goes, you want to make out to the Pepsi account. Because it's all brands talking on there all the time. No, it's okay, Ichi. It wasn't your fault, and it wasn't in your control. There's a good chance some ex-Yakuza may come knocking to Hello Work. I should stop by just to be safe. Well, you know, I've gotten into a street brawl. I've done a bunch of stuff. Everything's been fine so far, you know? Everything's been fine. Everything's gonna be fine. I promise. I promise. My favorite thing in Persona 3 is the fact that you can rank 8 Bunkechi in a no school day. You two must just jump the fence. Bunkichi, my bad. Loser sits by himself.
ちょっとあんたが春日さんか？浜の駆け込み寺の春日一番さん。ああ、よかった。あんたを頼れば仕事にありつけるって聞いてきたんだ。いや、それが。
Damn.
俺は見ての通りヤクザ上がりでよ。嫁とガキが2人、上は来年小学校だ。俺のせいで散々苦労。
Bunkichi is not a name that I say out loud all that often, Otaku. To be fair. Well, I regret to inform you, my guy, that you're gonna have to turn to someone else. Nah, see, I can read. I can always read. Oh, Ichi. This is a good metaphor for society, honestly. Like, beyond just the obvious, oh, Yakuza can't find work after they do stuff. Like, just, hey, it's hard out there job-wise. Things suck. Damn. Moto Yakuza is just, yes, more Yakuza, but I think it's like, I like that the subtitles make that specification, like, he is reluctant to paint them under that same brush, is kind of what they're giving in that situation. Like, just straight up, like, if it were kind of more literal, it would be something where it's like, more Yakuza, kind of, something like that, you know? Like, it's clear that he doesn't want to just say straight up, they're Yakuza and whatever type of stuff. I think we do get to explore around a little bit more here now that we're in this space, so I do just want to point something out real quick. That this area is locked. One of my favorite characters is now gone and is unfortunately replaced. Any fans of mechanics in chat? Grace Howard soldiers. But yeah, no, I do miss her. I'm glad that, no spoilers, but I'm glad that they come up with something as a more direct replacement than they do with some of the other characters that they have. But it is something where I'm like, oh. It's a shame, though. Bro, your hair.
実は足立さんから聞いてます。俺も今月いっ
At
ぱい
least he's giving you job security till the end of the month, though.
俺が不甲斐ないばっかりに。
いいんです。なんか
That's perfectly
逆
fine.
に諦めがついたっていうか、人生全部やり直す覚悟で心を入れ替えて。
But yeah, the idea of having bad luck and kind of getting your legs cut out from under you is like something that's pretty relatable to a lot of people. You don't have to be a Yakuza, or you don't have to be somebody who has like kind of a troubled past to like, you know, understand this feeling of trying to get a job or trying to put the pieces back together and then having to do that on multiple different levels at multiple different times. It can be a tough one. A real tough one. I do like how everyone kind of remarks that, like, you know, Ichi is like obviously, you know, kind of affected by this as well. I mean, even that other guy was kind of like, you're just like me now, basically. You know, it's not fair, kind of, was more why he was mad, rather than kind of just like you sold me a false bill of goods. There's a lot of time skips in this early part of the game, though, I will say. That's kind of one of the stranger parts of it. Like, I think it's one of the things where I'm like, oh, like, I would have tried to have condensed it a little bit in some spots. But it's worth it so that we can get right back to this. I will say it's kind of fun that these guys like have just their fits from the last game. Like, I think Namba's pants are different, but everyone else looks the exact same based on kind of the way that they were used in the previous game. I think Namba's pants were a little darker.
ちょっと気になることがあってな。お前、美咲には最近顔出してるか？なあ、その近所にはな、まだ俺を頼ってくる奴がいるかもしれねえからよ。で、どうだ？そういう奴に出くわしたか？最初の何日かは来てたけど、今全然だ。俺がもう当てにならねえって情報が広まったんじゃねえかな。そうか。けどそれだけじゃねえかもしれねえんだ。
I didn't comment on that. Yeah, the barbed wire baseball bat up top, by the way. But we'll get into that in a minute. The Seiryu clan. We did have to interact with this group a few times in the previous game. But for the most part, they were super low level, you know, local group, have nothing to do with really kind of the larger scheme. But now they're grabbing up a bunch of more important players in the Yakuza world here. Another thing that's kind of fun to note here is that this is talked about a lot more in the previous game, but there was kind of this balance between the gangs that took place in Ijincho here. Like, they had Korean mafia, they had Chinese mafia, and then they had the Yakuza, all kind of in the same town, operating under the same purposes. And they kind of kept each other in check, which made it nuts when you had things going on as time went on. So it's like, okay, like, you know, the other groups are less trustworthy, and also the Yakuza kind of have some skeletons in their closet too, but they're all pushing the boundaries of what could potentially go down. So for this to happen here is like, oh, something really crazy has to have happened for them to decide to once again try and ignite these hostilities again. How would you clean a barbed wire baseball bat? Would you use like de-rust it? Would you like de-rust it or something? Or would the rust add to its damage? Like how sneezing on your fist causes poison damage or something. Oh, let's go.
でもよ、放っておけねえのは俺たちも一緒だ。それに今の清流会が通じる相手がわからねえ。そんなとこにお前を一人で行かせると思うか。
Namba being buffed by being homeless.
ナンバー。問答無用だ。
I think he might still have a home here. He's just chilling.
勇者さんよ。
I honestly love how they like kind of build up his delusions. No, you took away his home? Come on. Give him his home back. There we go. Dude.
緊張感ねえなお前は。
ああ、エモい空気が台無しだ。
そうだよ。
Oh, the music and everything. I love this.
たく、頼むぜ勇者様。
I like that games always do this where they're like, "Oh, your upgrades are not going to be your upgrades are not going to be held up as well." But literally it's just, oh, he's just been leaving as a clothes hanger this whole time. So that's why it went down. Oh, my favorite cutscene in the game right here, actually. Let's see it. Yeah, back in the fit. And back with the hair. Let's go. Let's go. And he's got the umbrella too.
なるほどな。確かにお前はそのなりが似合ってる。
何の因果がまたこのメンツで始まるんだな。こういうのな、腐れんつんだ。
This is so fire. Legitimately so fire.
この日を待ってたような気がするぜ。
I think actually a little bit of a director's cut note for you here. But they actually showed a part of this cutscene when they first revealed this game was in development. Like when they revealed, they showed this part actually. But that screenshot and some of the conversation that you had in Ichi's house were shown when they first revealed the game. Like they were like, "Hey, when they it was the direct when they revealed Ichin, and also revealed that the man who erased his name was coming out. They were like, also Yakuza 8 is in development. We're coming up with it." They had a screenshot of that on like a computer, and it's like, yeah, the game's in development, basically. But anyway, time to come to what people refer to as a pain point, but is actually not.
そうそう。俺と足立さんじゃ抜けなくてさ。こいつ選ばれし勇者だけ抜けるんだ。とか調子こいてよ。
これは勇者の聖剣だとか言ってたよな。
Let me take a look here. I mentioned this before, but one of the big things that is notable is that, like I said before, in Yakuza 7, it took you a while to get this form, to get the baseball bat, and to get the hero class. Here, you have it at the end of Chapter 1, and you're already ready to bring it out and test it. But there is a little bit of a problem here, which we'll be able to dig into as we go, and it's the fact that we are stuck, despite the fact we're playing on Legend difficulty, with the level 1 bat as we fight. So we will have to rely on a lot of other tools to make sure that we can survive this fight. The good news is unlike the last fight that we had, it's just 3 people that we have to fight. So we have a little bit more of a benefit to us than we did before. Alright, let's get into it. Big boy. The guys change during battle. So things get even more interesting here now for those people who didn't play the previous game. And the fact that you are now seeing more variety in your enemy types. I don't see what you're referencing, by the way, Otaku. The good news is that we do still, like I mentioned before, have all of our abilities. So you can see here that under the hero class, you have a number of different... these include critical rate, defense, and attack. And these are connected to your personality traits, which means that the more that you power up certain things, the more you're able to really get things going. As for our actual... healing is another one. That one increases the recovery and also the circle. As for the other stuff that he gets, he doesn't have much in the way of AoEs. He has 2 that are really useful. But he does also gain the ability to see, for the first time, this thing. Which is an attack that lets you run at enemies, and depending on how far away you are from them, you can deal even more damage. Of course, it's not going to be too much damage here, unfortunately. But the good news is we can rely on our friends to help us along. Well, I thought I was going to be able to get him, but I guess not. We have good stats here, thankfully, which is our biggest benefit. And we have... Alright, so Adachi as the policeman. I didn't talk through the homeless guy abilities, so we'll get back to that. But Adachi's basically centered around a number of different tactics. Specifically making enemies afraid and also stunning them with rage. But his best tactic, his best trait, is this one right here. This is something that is going to make our New Game Plus run very, very worth it. It's called the Arrest. I'm just going to show it. I'm not even going to explain it. I'm just going to show it. So arresting an enemy kills them instantly, no matter how much health they have. There are some limitations to it. You can't do it to bosses, and also, depending on the size of certain enemies, you may also have some trouble with them there too. But let's do this. Let's push him around a bit. So that's something there. Alright, so the homeless guy mainly has a number of abilities connected to fire. There's the Pyro Breath. There's also other breath-based abilities that he can use that are also useful. These pigeon abilities, depending on what item you're holding, will apply the same traits that they have. And he also has the ability to do a quick heal for your entire team, which, given the fact that we already have a heal, is, you know, nice, but it is something that can be useful as we make our way through. For now, I'm gonna really want to punish this guy. Debuff him and punish him pretty bad. Because he is going to be the person that's going to cause the biggest issue for us as we make our way through. Let's see. I think I could arrest him. Oh, I totally can. So like I said before, arresting people is really good in this game. Alright. That was a lot of levels for the detective. I think I got it to 30. Right to 30 when I did it before. Who knows if anyone in the Seiryu clan will be willing to listen to us. Stay sharp, you two. Right. Enemies through the city will now change based on the wild animation. Actually, before we do that, our hero may be sword in hand and ready to face the world. But I was thinking we may need a little something too. Hey, yeah, now that you mention it. Say, that Love Magic place over there's got some neat stuff. Might be nice to stock up. An adult goods shop.
Oh.
So what's nice about this is they do properly mark items on shops on your map now. And another thing in comparison to the previous game is you can actually directly look at what's available to you in there. So you can look and you can see, oh, here's an item for Ichi, here's an item for Namba, and then also here's an item for Adachi as well, that you can just straight up pick up and then you don't really have to worry about too much. The only thing that I'll say here, though, is that now that we've finished the necessary tutorials and all of the stuff that we need to do, we can just swap on all the stuff that I collected through New Game Plus. So boom, bam, shalam. And, I don't know. I can play around with that later. The big thing here is just making sure that I keep these weapons on me. One of the things that they do advise for people playing on New Game Plus is to try to bring your weapons as high to 50 as possible. Unfortunately, in most of these cases, I kind of realized too late that I might need these weapons, and I've been busy building up the other weapons, the weapons that I had for the jobs that I used for them previously, or other things that might have been useful to me. So I didn't really do that, but the good news is, at the very least, is that we're ready to go into this with all the weapons and items that are most necessary.
Huh?
Not a soul in sight. These days, it's more rare for a Yakuza office to have someone standing guard. Anyway, let's head in. At least they got a doorbell, right? Alright. You know what? I think we should get into a fight real quick, just to show off some of these items that I have here. So the biggest thing is that this is the fully powered Hero's Bat. You get the access to the Hero's Bat once you officially move into the, I think, 3rd chapter of the game and start crafting. But this gives all of your stuff electrical abilities. Which means I can mow these guys down much quicker. Anytime you knock an enemy as well, it also hits them with a little bit of extra electricity. So you can see I'm doing way more damage than I was doing before. Just with these new glowy tools here. A P ability. Who do you think had the P ability exactly, Otaku? It'd be hard for me to place that if I'm being honest. So these are going to help me mow down a lot of characters pretty quickly. Actually, you know what? Let me take a quick look here. So, additional electrical damage to downed enemies, and also an electrical bonus to the ability in general. This damages enemies whenever I deal perfect guard. And then this will lower their resistance to fire and boosts magical attack damage the more enemies there are. So overall, I'd say that this is going to be pretty useful to me as I make my way in. I can always equip the other stuff later. But for now, I think we are going to do this, and then we are going to go ahead and call it. Yeah, that looped enemy sucked. Pardon me, my name's Ichiban Kasuga. I used to be a member of the Arakawa family. Captain Takabe helped us out. What brings you here? Heard there's a guy named Sasaki who joined up with you recently. I'm kind of like his guardian, you might say, so I was hoping I could talk with someone who knows what he's doing. I'm very sorry, but any visitors must have an appointment. That's our policy. Now please leave.
Yeah.
Can't you make an exception? Come on, this is urgent. Otaku, come on. Nah. But yeah, that lubed up enemy we will see in this game as well. He does come back, unfortunately. Did Takabe forget to mention us, I wonder?
Hmm?
Well, Kasuga, even if we wanted to make an appointment, we're out of contacts. What with Takabe and the Slammer. You know, I know. But even then, I won't abandon Sasaki. Meaning? We're sneaking in. There's no way there's only the front door. I had a feeling you'd say that. What's our plan then? Place is covered with cameras. And there's no blind spots. Yakuza or no, we're the ones who'll get arrested. Well, why don't we ask the people who know this town best? Who's that?
Oh.
The homeless camp. Well, I asked them for free, so we should bring a little something. How about Osake? The chief would love that. Osake? Yeah, okay. Oh, by the way.
最強のパーティー再びだね。
その最強パーティーの中身は全員無職のおっさんだけどな。
細かいことはいいんだよ。俺にとっちゃ頼もしい仲間さ。それに無職だろうが心は勇者だ。胸張っていこうぜ。
お前のそういう根拠ゼロでも前向きなところマジで尊敬するぜ。
そんなに褒めるなって。
別に褒めてねえよ。
おめえらといるとほんと退屈しねえぜ。じゃあ決まっていこうぜ。勇者よ。おう。
So party talk is as described. You know, you walk around. If you're walking in specific areas and you have the correct characters equipped to your team, then it will generate a little chat that the characters will have. In the previous game, it was very, very finicky, and it kind of sucked in terms of, like, you had to be very careful not to run into any enemy encounters. You had to be very careful not to do anything while you were doing it. Otherwise, you'd interrupt it and you have to go back to the location where the party talk started. In this game, if you're doing treasure hunts, if you're picking stuff up, the party talk will continue. And if you get into a fight, after the fight, the party talk will continue from a logical place for the conversation to continue from. So you're never put in a position... The only thing that'll mess you up is if you just straight up decide to go into a story bit, or you just straight up decide that you're going to walk in and, like, order food or something like that to interrupt it, or start a side mission, or start a different thing. But the good news is that it shows you directly on the map where you triggered it as well, so that if you do need to come back, you don't have to run into any problems. It's basically like that, honestly. Like, it is straight up like, hey, you know, where were we? Oh yeah, we were talking about, and then they'll carry on from kind of a bit there. Got some sake here. But first, we have our first side mission. This is a real woman, by the way, a true real-life talk show host. Wow.
どうもありがとうございます。では。ちょっと待ってよ。ねえ、写真とか撮っていい？記念にさ。
I want to show all my friends how hot this lady is. Oh no.
俺たち立候補してもいいかな。俺とこいつどっちが好き？ね
え。Nah.
それでは。
No offense, dude, but like, you might need to cut your hair before you want to compare yourself to another guy.
あの人、アナウンサーなのか。絡まれてるみたいだし、助けてやろう。おい、お前ら。
A white dude and a Jamaican dude. Sorry, I missed that.
なんだお前。
嫌がってるなんてなんでわかんだよ。俺らには喜んでるようにしか見えねえけど。
No, I don't think so, dude. But yeah, this lady showing up in the flesh is a little bit of what I was talking about before, where it's like, hey, sometimes they'll just put real people in these games. Like, they'll scan them in, and they'll be like, there we go. It's kind of nice. Oh, hold on a second. Gotta fight. So these guys are all kind of one level below. I assume that it's not going to take too much to punish them, so I'll give this a little bit of sauce here. Yes, yeah. I'll talk about that a little bit more as we get to it, though. Wow, that's brutal. It's kind of crazy how they said, like, make sure that you level up all the items to level 50. I'm assuming that's in part because, hey, a lot of this stuff is not, you don't get a lot of crafting materials to level it up throughout the game, so I guess I'll see if that comes back to haunt me, but for right now, I'm doing pretty well. Goodbye, gaudy man. I think my favorite thing about most side missions in this game is that, like, it just pretends that the rest of your party isn't there, even when it's like, it doesn't make sense for them not to. Risa Unai. For anyone who is, like, famous, for anyone who listens to radio, this is probably pretty cool, huh? This is probably how people are reacting when they see Danny Trejo in this game. Or Daniel Day Kim. I don't want to say that, actually, because she's only in one side mission. Like, Eri was in all of the game. She was in the major side mission that you could play in the game. She was a optional party member. And also she was a character that you could romance as well. Oh, okay, yeah. By the way, After 6 Junction, citation needed, but it is an After 6 Junction is a real radio station, by the way. More specifically, After 6 Junction 2 is a real radio station played on TBS radio. They had a 30-minute podcast featuring Hideo Kojima, actually, on it recently, 3 weeks ago. But just so you know, After 6 Junction is broadcasted on TBS Radio, a radio station in the Tokyo metropolitan area. It is a large-scale cultural program in which the rhymester Utamaru serves as the main personality. And LARPer. So if you are in Japan, you can, as a matter of fact, go in and listen to it on YouTube. And it has a specific frequency that you can pull it up on Radico on your PC or smartphone. Yeah, so you do just download Radico basically here, it looks like. For this. A playlist app has been installed on your smartphone. You can add radio episodes to your playlist by using it or the radio at Kasuga's apartment. So before we do anything, I'm going to quickly go into that because I think it's going to be very funny to dig into that. So first and foremost, this radio app you can use to listen to whatever music you so desire. So any music, so there are CDs that you can find in the game and purchase in the game for various Sega-based songs. For games that are either more recent or are things that are kind of, recognizable in some way. And they do just straight up tell you, like, what game it's from, and they do play a little bit of the song for you there as well. These are all CDs that I found. But then as you make your way deeper, sadly, it came out too late for them to add it there. But there is P3 Portable. Hatsune Miku game. Virtua Fighter 5, Border Break. And then, as we get deeper, we start to find more CDs. All of the songs that are playable in karaoke in this game can also be heard. And then, as you get even deeper, you also get a collection of songs which you can get through the DLC in this game, which are songs that you could sing in previous games, or songs that are just historically relevant, such as Friday Night, Queen of Passion, songs like that as you want to go. But never mind that. I think it's time that we talked about what Ichi, or time when we talked about what our good friend Otaku mentioned in chat. which is the fact that there are episodes of After Junction 2 that can be listened to here. Now, these After Junction 2 episodes are very similar. I remember there was another game that did this. I think it might have been one of the GTA games, or maybe Watch Dogs as well might have done this, where you get new episodes of this podcast that discuss the actual plot of the game as you go. But there's one problem with it. They aren't subtitled, they aren't translated, and if you are someone who can't speak Japanese, you are shit out of luck. So they do tell you, okay, these are things that exist, but that's it. They do have, however, some episodes of some podcasts that you can listen to from the English side of things. And those are done based off of the goings-on in Hawaii. MGS4 is another one. So yeah, if I want to go ahead and have a listen to that, I can just hold L1, and I can just do. Daytona. So anyway, and then I can click it off. But yeah, so that's one of those things where I understand completely why they wouldn't be able to do anything with that, because it's too much it's too much talk, honestly, and it's already too specialized a thing. Like, it's clearly we got this famous radio person to be in the game that nobody in America is going to recognize. So it's very hard to kind of like turn that into something that is like easy to understand. Oh my god. The tower. Yeah, that is like fire codes. Safety codes, everything. Yeah. That is against all of it. I'll tell you that for free. I will say, though, Otaku, if you are curious, you can find After 6 Junction 2 on YouTube. And their podcast episodes, their interviews, are actually subtitled. So the Hideo Kojima joint that was posted 3 weeks ago, which actually does in fact have kind of the discussion here, is the podcast episodes are subtitled. So if you really are curious, anything that's obviously marked in English, you can go ahead and listen to and enjoy. In case you are an After 6 head. Not my chili dog. Oh, TBS is cool, Sega is not. Oh. Why is Sega not cool in this situation? Well, I mean, to be fair, like I said before, how it would take a lot of work to put text over the screen to kind of subtitle the the podcast and stuff like that. And it also take a lot of work to transcribe the podcast there too. Like, it's just, and nobody, like, honestly, most people are going to use the MP3 player as an MP3 player. Like, I don't think people were really going to run out. I didn't even know the PP Stew thing was actually English in English until just now, because I just avoided all of the podcast episodes. Why do I need someone to tell me how other people in the universe are feeling about the events of the game when I can just, feel the events in the game? Ooh. Anyway, time to have a conversation with the chief here. He is the first guy who took us in. I heard on Reddit that After Junction's a bit more boring. IRL, I imagine it's much cooler. I think it's one of those things where it's like, well, hold on.
Yeah.
Before I do that, let me go over here. I think it's just one of those things where it is like radio, you know? Like, it's not a podcast. It's not like, you know, a lot of people are used to radio personalities and stuff like that being a certain way now. So it's like, the idea of it just being like, oh, it is a radio interview and we're trying to get like an idea of how fascinating something is or how interesting people sound, you know. It makes all the sense in the world to me why it's like that. Anyway, as you can see, I have a lot of items in my inventory just because of stuff that I've been collecting over time. So, yeah, like... But I'm going to want to make sure that I have as many of my health items as possible. And I'm going to want to make sure that I have as many of my battle items as possible here, too. So now that we're all set, all healed up, and all set in terms of being able to carry on, let's continue. So proceeding further will result in an extended sequence. You'll be unable to return to the city or save your game for some time. Let's go. Like I said before, this will be the last thing that we do tonight, and then we'll go ahead and call it. We've done I mean, honestly, this should take us to the end of chapter 1. I will say for anyone who is kind of worried here, because we've made such quote-unquote little progress in relation to how far we've gone in 4 hours, that this game, I mean, it's an RPG, first of all, but second of all, a lot of the cutscenes slim down as we get further in the chapters. There's a lot of exposition here, there's a lot of story stuff here, so I wouldn't feel too bad just about this first kind of session going the way that it's going so far, because we're definitely going to be making a lot more progress as we get deeper in. There will be less side missions required from us, there will be less cutscenes required from us, and as far as just going straight through the story, we're not going to have to worry about stopping to level as much as we would be here.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Nah, come on. Diver down.
Hey.
Yeah, that makes sense. This is one of those things where it can absolutely work for, you know, people who aren't really interested in seeing what else comes up in the story, but if you are, then it might not necessarily be as much. Damn, he just got this suit clean, too. So unfortunately, my least favorite track in the Yakuza franchise comes back here. This music pretty much plays the entirety of the time that you go through any dungeon or any sewer in Yakuza 7. And especially towards the end of that game, when you need to grind to be able to accomplish things like the final Millennium Tower, or you know, just completing the game in general, you are going to hear this track on loop. On loop! It is very frustrating. Anyway, the good news is that as we make our way through, there are much more interesting dungeon sounds to listen to. But yeah, let's get our bearings here. Also, the dungeons as a whole become much more interesting too, if I'm being honest. Let's see, Otaku. I love the Project Sentry trailer being a surprise because one of the bigger Yakuza tuber did an analysis and he pointed out in the first shot with the protag, you immediately see an NPC that says, "Oh fuck, a cutscene, let me turn around and walk away." Yeah, they're big on that in these games. Like the NPCs just running away from sequences and stuff like that. Who was that, by the way? Was it Devleon 7? He's the main one that I recognize. Snowiest. Have not heard of them, but I think I need to, honestly. See, now I've swapped over to level 87 on Hero, and I'm not getting levels as quickly. But everyone else is like leveling like crazy. It's kind of fun, actually. This is an optional space, but it might be nice to fight this enemy just to see how I stack up to them. Let's see, critical hit rate would be very useful. So the big thing with Ichi, if you focus entirely on the hero class, is trying to buff your friends and, you know, just overall in general kind of assist them. You don't necessarily need to concern yourself as much with attacking if the rest of your team is built pretty well. All right, let's see. Pretty sure I can arrest him. There we go. If enemies' arms aren't out, you can't arrest them, so I can't arrest this guy. Which is kind of clever, if I'm being honest. This is something you unlock a little bit later, but you can do tag team abilities with people where the two of you attack at once. Yeah, see, now we're already up to 40 and 41 with those classes. Again, these are not the classes that I'll be using for these characters once I start being able to customize them a bit. But they are useful here. It is useful to level them well, you know, when I'm kind of in a situation where I need to use them properly. But yeah, let's blow these guys up a little bit. So like I said, whacking people with stuff that's useful is, well, it is useful. Alright. We should be able to make our way through the rest of these guys pretty easily here. Honestly, I'm in a situation where I'm fighting these guys and I don't feel as stressed with kicking their asses. As like I said before, now that we have all of our stuff equipped, we're pretty much in the best possible spot that we need to be. to chew through the rest of this chapter. Oh god, these guys. I always hated fighting these guys. They generally have like a much trickier stat thing to deal with. Also, you can't arrest them, which makes fighting them a little bit trickier. But let's just whack him and see what happens. Oh wow! All right, I stunned him too. Okay, well, I keep thinking about this like these lower levels are going to be really tough. And as it turns out, like these are tough for people who might not have leveled themselves up to level 75. That said, once we get to some more bosses, once we get deeper in the game and the game requires me to level up a little bit more, I'm sure that there's going to be more stuff that is going to punish me in the appropriate ways. One of the other things about the previous game that I'm glad isn't here is that there were certain situations where you were required to oh! What happened? What the hell happened there? Did you see that? Huh. Well, okay. Guess I won't deal, bonus damage to them. Nice. Oh. God, what was that? I think maybe, like, I don't know. I used fire too close to fire, maybe? But it didn't deal too much damage to me, so... Alright, well, let's try that again. There we go. All right. $1,000 in cash. All right, so a nice spot to save in case you are thinking of quitting early. And then a nice place to heal to get yourself going before we keep it going. Yeah, let's get it going. So back through here, which this was actually an extended portion of the previous game too. They gotta sell some of this merch, honestly. There's no way that Sega hasn't looked at Adachi's jacket and not thought, there's some collector that definitely wants it, you know? Oh well. Time for the new battle theme for this location as well. I'm glad that they didn't retain all of the songs from the last game, because now we got a cool new long battle theme to listen to. So yeah, I'm just gonna push through these enemies as sturdily and handily as possible, honestly. He is dressed like Alan. Dressed in the I need to find my wife fit, but he has no wife. But the birthday, stay. I say this always, but please feel encouraged to make clips if you do want to. I am absolutely okay with my the things that I say being trapped on the internet forever. Oh hey, big boy. Alright, let's see. Oh my god! That's what I wanted to do before I accidentally blew up that one time. He just got devoured by those birds, dude. Like... Anyway. I'll slow it down a bit here. Yeah, it can be a little gross. Oh! Yeah, this is not even gonna be close, honestly. This is like lore accurate trio making their way through the Seiryu clan headquarters. Like, when you really think about it, this is lore accurate. I don't think that these sections gave me too much trouble when I played them in the original version of the game. I think that the big thing is just kind of making sure that you lean on the characters that you have. If you don't know the strengths of the characters that you have and you didn't pick up like the base level upgrade weapons, like if you didn't go to the adult place, the love magic place beforehand, and you weren't thinking to yourself, oh, that's probably something that would be useful to me, you're not going to do as well. But I think you're set otherwise. Do I have clips do I have clips for moves for my thing there too? Because was that what you tried to post? Hold on a second. I can take a look to be sure. If I need to do something to remove that complication, then we're all set. But yeah, most of the time when people do the whole that thing, it's like, yeah, you know, it's because people are messing around. All right, I have removed the hyperlink problem, so go ahead and try and post that clip again if you want. It should still be saved in my thing, so there we go. I'll watch that later. I think the good news is that I can still watch clips even if they even if that clip did get pinged, I can still watch it because you made it, you know, of my channel. So I like this song a lot, honestly. I actually don't remember what the Seiryu clan music was in 7. When I originally listened to this, I thought it was the music that you hear when you're going through the Omi Alliance location. And I'm like, oh, they could have brought that back, but the wrong song. It wouldn't be the correct location. Have you finished Gaiden, by the way? Or gotten towards the end of that game? Otaku? Because I might spoil something from that there. Oh yeah, I forgot. So you did hear when they played the Omi Alliance music from the other perspective. Not as good as the version from 7, but still good. Oh well. We are already here. And the time has come for our first proper boss. This guy. So this, I guess we'll see if there's actually some pain here. Because after all, like I said before, most of the enemies we've been facing have been fine. Now, I know your tricks, pal. I know exactly what you're going to try and do, and quite frankly, it's not going to work. Oh. Operation Babe Hunt is indeed failing. What do you mean by Babe Hunt, pal? Oh, you're doing Oops! Oh no, I took 10 damage. Whatever shall I do? Oh no, I took 30 damage in total. Whatever shall I do? Oh, okay. Oh. I see now. Well, counterpoint. It's time to arrest some guys. Oh, but you're talking about maxing out the social links in P3. I can't help you there, pal. I'm sorry. Yeah, we are whooping all these guys out. Oh, that did deal damage to him. Cool. Well, okay. Time to arrest this guy next. And Kawaki, pal, you're not long for this world either. I just want to let you know that. Oh, this would be the better one to do. Oh. So usually, this would be something to worry about, because in the previous game, they just straight up go, oh, here's like a game-ending move that these enemies are about to do. But one, that's not really a thing in this game, and two, he is, he's dead now. Oh, that was a horrible fall. Don't you hate it when the ragdoll physics start hitting you mid stop, drop, and roll?
ここが会長室だったよな。
ああ、気合い入れてくぞ。
来週の定例までには話をつけておけ。ああ、先方の条件を飲んでいい。
I love how all those guys like nodded twice. They're just hanging out.
では引き続きよろしく頼む。
This guy is voiced by Daniel Day Kim in the English dub. Even though Daniel Day Kim contributes his face to another character.
はじめまして、春日一番さん。
Hello, Ebina. I think it's because that character that they contributed the face to is like so insignificant. They were like, yeah, we gotta do you a solid, pal. We gotta help you out a bit. Am I ready for Snoop to be in Project Century? I guess. I mean, I don't know. Like, I think so.
留守を預かってるって言ってたな。その割には見覚えがねえ。
新参でして。清流会の門をくぐったのは大会。
I think it would be fun, honestly, if they did pull that off, though. Especially with it being like a early 1900s game.
恐縮です。ですが、前会長が亡くなり、大解散の混乱もありで。人手不足だったというのが実情だと思っています。もっとはっきり言ってしまうと、金稼ぎがうまかったということに尽きると思います。ヤクザとしてはあまり堂々と言えた話じゃありませんが。
He's so nice. He's polite. He's a cool guy.
話を戻しましょう。高部会長
It's 1915 and we're smoking that raw Hokkaido grass. It was probably different back in 1915, I'll tell you that for free. That bit where Gandalf is like, you know, I'm smoking the finest weed and stuff like that, it probably was pure like that.
侵入者は無
It's probably crazy.
今回は春日さんのお姿を確認してから少し指示に時間がかかりました。
もう少し融通聞かねえのか。下手すりゃお互い怪我じゃ済まなかったとこだぜ。
すぐに警備を解除すれば浜の英雄がどれほどのものか見れなかったでしょう。
No, he wanted his guys to get beat up. Beat up bad, actually, because this time around I really punished. Like, that took me like... That didn't even take me 20 minutes to get through.
ご理解するのが筋だろうよ。
恐れ入ります。
それより海老名さんよ。俺たちがここへ来たのは
存じ上げています。佐々木さんのことですよね。
話が早くて助かるぜ。
Get in the car.
こいつはどこに向かってんだ。
山奥まで行ってそのまま埋められるとか。
ご心配なく。向かっているのは港の倉庫です。
Maybe you should have covered your face when you were talking,
佐々木の
Namba.
になんで場所変える必要があるんだよ。
百聞は一見にしかずと言います。4年前の大解散以来、清流会でも足を洗いたいという組員が現れ出しました。高部会長は彼らを積極的に足抜けさせようとしたんです。ですが、極道の社会復帰には大きな壁があります。
元坊5年条項だな。
ええ、あのルールがある以上、元坊はろくな仕事にありつけず、大半の者が路頭に迷う。そこで会長はまず組を抜けた人間が誰でも働ける職場作りから始めた。
職場？
ええ、間もなく到着しますよ。
Oh, time to unveil some plans. Time to get some stuff going. God. I will say that, like, this game looks really beautiful, honestly. Like, you wouldn't expect this to be, like, a shining example. You wouldn't expect the Yakuza franchise to be, like, a shining example of kind of graphical increases. The same way you wouldn't really expect Shadow Generations to also be that either, but both games look really good on kind of modern hardware. It's surprisingly fun.
ゴミと言っても今春日さんがご想像しているようなものではありません。
This is a ridiculous looking spot, dude.
例えば現職大統領の不倫の証拠や不正な金の移動履歴。学者にとっては美術品だが、とある組織にとっては破壊すべき負の遺産。そういった物を密かに保管するのがここのビジネスです。もし依頼人の要請があれば、ゴミは即刻物理的に。
Honestly, this is a pretty good business plan for Yakuza. Like, hey, you know, you need to get rid of all of your uncle's dirty magazines, call us up. We'll put it in a safe. And if you ever need it destroyed, then we got you. Superman can't look in any of those crates. It's crazy. Like, I mentioned this before, but the absurd amount of detail that gets put into these games where they're just like, hey, here's some stuff to do, you know? Here's some trivia.
つまりこれが組を抜けた者たちの職場。
ええ、近江連合と東上会の大解散後、社会復帰できない。
I think I know what you're talking about, Otaku, and I reacted the exact same way.
5年ルールに屈した人間、ヤクザでしか生きられない人間。理由は様々ですが、その人数は推定で1万人以上。
まだそんなにか。
Oh, that's another thing I didn't talk about earlier, actually. I stayed away from spoilers on this game for pretty much the entirety of the time that it was in development. Like, the only stuff that I saw from it was after it came out. I saw people complaining about certain story things, and I saw one long battle from much later on in the game before I solidified my decision to buy it. I did see the cutscene. I did see the video, the bucket list trailer that they made for Kiryu. I think that was the only other trailer that I watched. And by that point, I was kind of like, because I mean, I mentioned this before, but I didn't really have too many plans to watch, too many plans to buy this game until I had gotten through 7 in earnest. So by the time I finished 7, the game had already been out for a few months, and there wasn't any point in watching any trailers if I was planning on buying the game within the year. So the whole thing kind of just came together, pretty quickly for me. Oh yeah. My friend, Mr. Abena.
それに足立さん、あなた方の元坊への社会復帰支援についてはかねてより存じ上げています。もちろん現状の窮状についても。ですが、我々の目指すところは同じはずです。荒川真澄の意志、ヤクザ者たちを一人残らず社会復帰させるという途方もない夢。それをどうか我々に預けていただき。
He's so polite with this. Genuinely. I think it's interesting that they point to Adachi's security company when that was really kind of one example of multiple different jobs that former Yakuza were given. I'm going to assume that maybe they directed some more characters over there in the intervening year between one game and between the date and kind of the ghosting. But Sasaki is the only character that we really have any examples of that. And Adachi doesn't really talk about his security company after he goes belly up. So I think that's kind of one of the little flaws there. Just hey, the multiple different time skips kind of mess with things a little bit. I mean, you need the time skip in order to make the breakup work, but it also messes with your ability to tell the story of, the Tatara channel thing and, this stuff all kind of coming together to some degree. To some degree. It's not horrible, but, you miss a few things.
もしまだお時間ありましたら会っていただきたい人がいます。
俺に？いや、別に時間はいくらでもあるけどよ。
ありがとうございます。では今呼びに行かせますので。
その必要はない。
おっと、すでにおいででしたか。
まさか。
Oh, hey! What are you doing at a prison?
Ichi. Sawashiro no Kashira?
Sawashiro, basically your Kuze, essentially. You fought him multiple times in the previous game, and he pretty much was kind of the guy that didn't really like you all that much in the previous game either. So, I'm going to rotate my saves. That is generally kind of my best practice when I play these games. Nick Ogata. Paradise Hawaiian style. And I guess for my money here, I think this is our last cutscene. Oh yeah. Yeah, guaranteed that they wanted to have Akiyama in the last game. Though I will say making him not Akiyama kind of helps because it's like that way he has no connection to this character, to Ichi whatsoever, and it makes some of the other stuff that Akiyama's involved in a little bit easier. Oh hey, cutscene from the last game. Spoilers for the last game, this guy's dead. Hey, how's it going?
海老名にしてみりゃ親の敵ですよね。なのに随分大事に扱われてるみたいじゃないですか。バカのお前でもそのくらいは気づくか、イチ。人のことをバカだのアホだのよく言い飽きないっすね。癖ってのは抜けねえもんだ。
Sawashiro looks very, very cool, honestly. I can't lie. With the gray. A little bit of gray hair. Anyway, here's something they go. I didn't kill Chairman Hoshino 4 years ago. The one thing that makes me a despicable prick is no longer in effect anymore. Like, literally, they're like, hey, we changed our mind. This boss fight was really good, though. The one that you have with Sawashiro after this guy dies. But yeah, the idea of them basically being like, hey, we got to go back 4 years. And we gotta fix it, you know? Oh, also, they have some Ryo Aoki dialogue, new Ryo Aoki dialogue here, too. Reminiscing? They got rid of that, though. After 6, I think. Maybe after 5. Or after 4, even. Text-based one. That said, even with this being like a absurd retcon, it is a really good cutscene. Because Sawashiro is Ryo Aoki's father, his real father. And that's his son saying, I never had your trust, basically. You know, you never had my trust. Obviously, Aoki doesn't know that that's his dad, but he knows that that's his son. Yeah, it was a really good one, honestly. It's important to know that here, is all I'll say. Same here. It took me a long time to get there, honestly. Like, I thought I understood, like, the first time that I played the game, I got to the fight with the tiger, And then after the fight with the tiger, actually, I died to the tiger, and then I quit. So then the next time I came through on it, I beat the tiger, and I was like, okay, great. Like, let's see what happens after this. But yeah, I'd say technically it took me 3 years to beat the game as well. Because I started playing it in 2020. No, it technically take me 4 years to beat it. Or no, sorry, I've started in 2021 and I finished in 2024, so that's 3 years. Yeah. Hey, there he is. Yeah, no, I mean, Yakuza games always have a weird kind of thing to them. Yakuza 6 had that boat. Yakuza 0 had the empty lot. You know, a lot of stuff where it's like, hey, like, in reality, this would not be as complex as it is, but the fact that they need it is, like, kind of something that makes it more important. Fuck you, I love the boat. Sorry. Sorry for boat defenders in chat, but it was the boat. I'm sorry. It was very hard to explain the boat. The secret Koreans in Yakuza 2. What were they called in the game? Because after the Tojo split up, Tojo and Omi split up, they were like the Tojo Omi consolidation or something. Something like that. But yeah, basically he was in charge. He was kind of in charge of that. So I mean, you know, he has a little bit of pull, I'm sure. Orphans, yeah. Every game has like a central like aspect to it that if you think about it for longer than like 10 minutes, it kind of breaks down a little bit. Like the 10 million yen or the 10 million yen is like, oh, that's a cool way to start the story off, but like, hold on a damn minute. Like how does all that, like how, you know? The rubber bullets. The rubber bullets in Yakuza 4. Oh my god. How did he get his passport so quick, man? It took me 3 months to get my passport. But I guess I mailed mine in. So that was a part of that. Like I'm sure that if I went to a location, it would have been much easier. I don't remember Yakuza 5 at all. That's its biggest sin, personally. Miss Park, I guess, in Yakuza 5, the manager, being a bad manager, but also a good manager, but also Majima's wife, but also a bad manager.